Sonic the Hedgehog, the fanfic, the podcast. It's our midlife crisis.
Sonic the Hedgehog, the fanfic, the podcast, chapter 1. What are first chapters normally called? I don't know, something naff like New Beginnings, but as it's Sonic, let's add in an egg pun and call it New Egg Innings. I like it.
I think it's a 27-word chapter.
This is approved by Dr. Robotnik himself.
Maybe.
We hope.
We'll have to read on and see what happens, I guess.
Okay, shall we commence?
I'm so sorry, everyone. Let's do it.
Okay. It was a beautiful day in wherever Sonic lives. Let's say Mobius. Somewhere in Mobius. It was with immediate hindsight that Eddie realised LT should have written the first chapter, as he has a much better understanding of the Sonic the Hedgehog lore, backgrounds, locations, and characters. Or if you want to go a little bit shorter than that, readers, he means I'm a sad bastard. Alas, in the words of Magnus Magnusson, Peter Snow, Clive Anderson, John Humphreys, and most recently Clive Myrie, I've started, so I'll finish. Which is what I said to my ex-wife, actually. But
lads. LT, me and you are, if anything, a good big fucking old pair of lads, aren't we?
Oh gosh, just the laddest of lads. Goodness. Did you know that Mastermind was invented based off of the creator's experiences being interrogated by the Gestapo in World War II? Isn't that mental? And how often do you meet one person called Clive, let alone two? Anyway, what the fuck am I on about? This is a Sonic the Hedgehog fanfiction, not a place to discuss war. Sonic and World War II simply don't mix. Is that foreshadowing, Eddie?
No, that was written just for you because of the jacket.
I forgot about... How could I forget about Sonic the Hedgehog, the jacket, the dad, the fighter pilot?
Which is also not our podcast. Like, that is somehow not related to this at all.
Listen, the high bar of mental shit was set very early in the Sonic franchise. We have to beat that.
That was my little reference for you. And
oh, well, thank you.
Yeah.
I was concerned that the chapter was going to continue and Sonic was going to be in World War II.
Saluting a poppy.
It was a beautiful day in probably Mobius. Sonic the Hedgehog was running as fast as he could, dodging around pedestrians, pelicans, porkers, and palm trees. As he zoomed past, shopping bags went soaring, full feathered friends suddenly became bald, and one lad pissed his pants. "Oi, watch where you're going, you blue bastard," said the wet-groined character, who will never ever make another appearance in this fanfic as they died of embarrassment after realising they wet themselves, and everyone pointed and laughed, and it was actually really unfair because they'd had incontinence issues their entire life, and yes, they could wear adult nappies, or diapers for you sickos, but it just wasn't very comfortable and they found it demeaning, but who cares, they're dead now, Lamau.
That sentence has no punctuation, by the way. So that paragraph has no punctuation.
That was a sentence that ran on so well that Sonic would be impressed. But what was Sonic racing towards? There was no longer any danger on Mobius. Dr. Robotnik hadn't been seen since COVID-19.
That's my favourite line. I'm calling it just right now. I'm so happy I wrote that.
And none of the other villains in the Sonic universe fucking mean anything, because they're all a bunch of shitlords for... they're all... I'm sorry. They're all a bunch of shitlords for cunts. Wow. That's you staking your claim. That chunk of flag in the ground right there.
They're all so immemorable, apart from Robotnik and Eggman.
And Metal Sonic, I think.
Yeah, okay, I didn't even think about him. But I also always see him as secondary, not even villain, just boss from Sonic 1, 2,
but I mean,
and 3.
Even then, he's effectively an extension of Robotnik, isn't he?
I guess so. Because I don't really think about Sonic CD too much, so that's maybe why I wasn't thinking about Metal Sonic.
Well, I mean, nobody thinks about Sonic CD. Nobody fucking bought it, did they? Let's be honest.
I guess because obviously Metal Sonic has now been in so many things, but that specific Sonic CD design in so many things, and I just only really seen that in that weird Sonic original Japanese animation thing.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, didn't even cross my mind. Sorry, Metal Sonic.
Strange, isn't it?
He's a lad, I will say. Actually, Metal Sonic. I like
he
him.
is a lad. He's got a turbine for a torso. That's fucking mint.
I say he's not a shit lord for cunts. So
He's
fine.
not.
No.
Good on you, Metal Sonic. You can have the silver medal behind Eggman.
Silver's a different character, mate. Sorry.
Damn, I forgot. That's a totally different hedgehog. Oh, man. In what seemed like no time at all, the fastest thing alive arrived home. He fumbled his keys into the lock and, hey presto, the door swung open. Sonic kicked off his shoes to reveal his actual shoes underneath and ran into the next room where he proceeded to shit his entire guts out. Metaphorically, of course. Phew, Sonic says. Chili dogs. Oh, do you want me to... I should do it in the voice, shouldn't I? Phew, chili dogs.
Do you want to tell the readers the funny joke I put in for that sentence?
Oh, you've put Sonic says as in Sonic says S-E-Z like in the cartoon.
There we go. Very proud of myself.
Kids, if you get severe gut rot from eating too many chili dogs, that's no good.
You would shit your fucking arse out, wouldn't you? Let's be
I mean,
honest.
his entire diet is nothing but chili
disgusting.
dogs.
He's a fucking...
That's crazy.
Fucking Rustlersburger little fucker over here.
Can we just pause a second here? Because I want to address something here.
Mm-hmm.
Sonic's favourite food is chili dogs, right?
Yes.
All of Sonic's friends are animals. What meat
Oh my god.
goes into his food?
Because hot dog is ambiguous, so it's like, fine, that's whatever.
Sure.
But the chili...
Specifically the chili. Don't know about that, Sonic.
Maybe that's why Robotnik's the only human left in the world.
Oh, God. Oh, God!
I know, yeah. There we go. Robotnik's the good guy, really.
Oh, my God!
He's
That's...
blown this fanfiction wide open, everyone.
Whoa. You've honestly flipped this entire franchise on its head now.
What does Sonic say when it's
Oh no, I don't like where this sentence is going.
I've just forgotten the religious holiday that Muslims have. Eid? What does Sonic say when it's Eid?
What does Sonic say when it's Eid?
Gotta go fast.
For God's fucking sake.
There we go.
It's Ramadan, I think.
Fuck.
I could be wrong. I don't know.
Well, that was half a joke that may have worked.
Well, honestly, I hope you laughed at some permutation of it because I'm very confused right now. I'm still reeling from the news that Eggman is the good guy. Anyway, where are we? He sat and scrolled on his phone, periodically pausing to squeeze out another solid. Fucking... Oh, Eddie, what is this next sentence? Flakes of stale bun lodged within his pooper. That weird green gunge that's only on American hot dogs stuck to his fur for some reason. They call it relish, but they should call it absolute fucking sludge. Sonic sighed, shitting sloppily and sadly. Ooh, nice bit of sibilance there.
Thank you.
Is this what the blue blur has been reduced to? No adventure? No mania? No colours?
You know what's coming next, don't you?
Well... Oh, right, now I'm going to have to compose myself. No adventure? No mania? No colours? Well, at least Amy would be happy about the latter, Sonic thought to himself, wondering what his old friend was up to these days as he tottered out another turgid turd.
I'm happy with that.
Oh my god. Sonic hopped off the toilet without wiping his bum, so that, canonically, for the time being, he has a shitty arse, and collapsed onto his sofa. His life was a mess. The gang had not officially disbanded, but since there was no danger anymore, everyone had kind of just left. Everyone except Sonic. He realised he didn't have his own niche thing. Tails likes to tinker, Knuckles likes to treasure hunt, Amy's a big racist, but Sonic realised that his whole life, his whole existence has really been tied to the same place. And for a blue hedgehog that has saved the world countless of times and is the fastest living thing in the entire galaxy, and yes, he is a hedgehog, no, shut up, it does make sense, actually. This was a real kick in the spines. A few hours passed. Sonic had fallen asleep midway through watching his favourite streamer, Shell be incredibly safe, on his marathon 31 days in a row Super Mario month. God, what a boring cunt. Who'd do that? incredibly safe. When he awoke with when he
You can do it. It's okay.
When he awoke with a fart, a start, and a shard.
You would not believe how many edits I did just swapping those words around. Which is funnier? Is it funnier to start with a shard or a fart?
His phone was ringing. His blurry, sleepy vision tried to focus and see who was calling him. He couldn't believe it. It was Dr. Robotnik. Sonic nervously raised the phone to his ear. Hello? Sonic says. Dr. Robotnik? Pee-pee-poo-poo, said Dr. Robotnik, his mustache spinning wildly. Oh no, am I dreaming again? Aha, you fell right into my trap, Sonic. I wanted you to think you were dreaming, when in actual fact you weren't. Delighted Robotnik laughed, his mustache positively buzzing its tits off. Wait a second, Sonic says quizzically. If I'm not dreaming, then explain something to me, egg dick. Ooh, by all means, Dr. Robotnik chuckled, his mustache twirling so fast it hit a sweet 900 on the Tony Hawk's jingle plate. Why the heck do I have your number saved in my phone? A silence fills the air as logic seeps into Sonic's mind. He was dreaming after all. Robotnik paused for a moment, his mustache as flaccid as a flicky on a Friday, before saying, "Fuck it!" and he disappeared with a soft, eggy poof. Sonic snorted himself awake. Shell B, incredibly safe, was gobsmacked because for absolutely no reason, the game he was playing reset itself, even though he did absolutely nothing wrong, and it was bullshit. It was fucking bullshit.
It was ridiculous. Nothing made sense.
The game decided, nope, we're going to take that away from you.
But it didn't even like glitch or anything. It just faded out. It made no sense. I've never seen that happen before.
I genuinely think it's because I hurt its feelings, because I said it was a terrible boss.
It was a shit button. It's a shit boss.
It's dreadful. The Hilltop Zone boss is awful. And I got that 8th hit and it just went, nope, fuck you.
It literally just faded to the title screen. I've never seen before. I've never seen Batista.
Oh my god, where are we?
Where are you?
I'm so sorry, listeners. He checked his phone. Somehow, 2 days had passed. This wasn't unusual for poor Sonic these days, but every time it happened, it left him feeling empty, like he'd missed out on life and adventuring. He glanced at his phone again. Despite having just checked it, he'd already forgotten what he was looking at. I've been there, done that.
Yes, very relatable, I thought.
And for plot reasons, his phone had not run out of battery. 69%. Nice. He had 40... I've just seen the next line. What the fuck? Oh my god. He had 43 missed calls, over 1,000 messages, and a dick pic from Vector, whose Snapchat username was Vector the Crocodile. Am I right, lads?
He would. He just seems like the kind of guy who would do it.
Sonic, look at my cock. It's huge. Sonic was bemused. Not at the massive reptile penis, he had seen it many times before, but at the sheer amount of messages he'd missed. He quickly replied to Vector, saving the image and drawing a crude face on the end of his shaft, captioned the picture, "Nice smile," before running through his call log. Tails had called him twice. Turns out the other 41 times were Sonic accidentally rolling his shitty bum on the phone and somehow calling himself.
We've established Sonic Chekhov's arse in the first few paragraphs. So
that's fair. That's fair. You know, the arse was loaded, and
it was.
It's ready to blow, and there we go. He called Tails back, who rejected his call and then requested to FaceTime with him because he's that guy. Sonic accepted. End of chapter 1. Ooh.
Dun dun dun. Sonic the Hedgehog, the fanfic, the podcast, chapter 2. Fuck you! Chapter 2. Tails. Like 2 tails, which is what he has. Tails, that is. He has 2 tails. Hence his name, Tails.
There was a little bit of confusion there. I thought it best to clear that up.
Of course, yes. Okay, good. I'm glad this is. Yes, good. This is a very good start. It's the second way I wanted.
All right, take it away whenever you're ready, pal.
Tails flicked on the light in his workshop and walked down the stairs. The halogen bulb made a hum which hung in the air like yesterday's stale farts. The young fox walked over to his epic. Fucking hell! The young fox walked over to his epic gamer chair, positioned in front of his desk, yawned as he sat, and placed down his coffee mug. A Christmas present from Amy, which read, "World's best twin-tailed mutant freak show." Not his favourite mug, but the rest were in the dishwasher. Amy's a cunt.
She's only going to get worse.
Oh, she sure will. Tails booted up his computer and typed in his password. Why? Fucking hell. Tails booted up his computer and typed in his password, buttfart83 # boobs.
You've got to have a special character and a number in there, or it's not a secure password. Tails would know this better than anyone.
It's so unlike Tails to have boobs in his part. Buttfart I can kind of get away. Yeah, fair. He's a bit younger than Sonic. Boobs just seems so like anti-Tails.
I feel like maybe Knuckles suggested the password.
Yeah, yeah. A desktop background of Tails' girlfriend Zoe. Ooh, didn't know he had a girlfriend called Zoe.
Yeah, from Sonic Boom.
Oh, there we go. A desktop background of Tails' girlfriend Zoe filled the screen. A notepad document littered the desktop. Variously titled things like password.txt and Robotnik IP address.txt. Tails made a mental note to get Zoe something for her birthday, which is coming up in 2 weeks. Fucking hell, that's something I have to keep in the back of my mind. Good. Last year, her birthday party had been a catastrophe, when Knuckles somehow got into a fight with the birthday cake and punched it into oblivion, hitting everyone on the face with frosting, strawberries, and a kidney fist. To make matters worse, Tails has spent months working on Zoe's present. A music player with mood lighting and hologram display perfectly suited to whatever tune was playing. This was all fine and well, but Shadow called it real lame nerd shit for loser lamos. And then a bunch of the girls had laughed and gone out to hang with Shadow instead. Tails knew it wasn't nerd shit, it was very thoughtful, actually! He snapped out of his daydream and booted up his diagnostic program, which would in turn tell him which of his many gadgets would require attention today. Tails wondered if perhaps he should apply for a scholarship to Metropolis University. Then remembered he was 8, too young for university. Just imagine, oh yeah, I'm 8! Just an idea. Remembering your age like that is very silly. It was a blessing and a curse to be so brilliant. A blessing because whenever his friends needed a dishwasher that also read your emails, he was their Why?
You never know, man. You never know. Sometimes you want to do the pots and check your mails, you know?
I just do remember having a conversation with someone who was talking about their parents buying a smart fridge.
A smart fridge? What the fuck are you talking about? What is that about?
Oh, you can change the temperature. I was like, why? It's cold. Leave it be cold.
I've got a smart fridge in that case. It's got a little dial that goes from 1 to 6.
Yeah, I really don't understand it.
It didn't cost £7,000 either.
Bollocks. A blessing, because whenever his friends needed a dishwasher that also read your emails, he was their first thought. And goodness only knows it's good for your mental well-being to always be useful to people, exclusively when they want something. Oh no! Tails! Oh, this is horrible. But it was a curse, because he couldn't help but think maybe he had intellectually outgrown his friends, even the ones who were older than him. This is getting dark quickly.
Tails is going to go on a journey, man. I'm telling you now.
God damn. Sure, you didn't mind Sonic being a bit less book smart than him. That was always the way. Tails was book smart, Sonic was street smart. They complemented one another. That's complimented with an E, mind you, not an I, because Sonic rarely complimented Tails due to the frailty of toxic masculinity. Fucking hell. But Knuckles is another story. Tails wondered if the Master Emerald gave off radiation that made your skull as dense as rocks, because some days Knuckles said some right old shit. Just this last week, he told their gang he didn't trust telephones because they steal your voice. What? Fuck, hey. Growing up alone on an island had obviously sent Knuckles a bit funny. Okay, now I'm so happy that Knuckles is established as a stupid fucking cunt.
I mean, you know, I guess from his perspective, like, what is a phone other than a magical box,
true.
you know?
Yeah, he lived remote on an island for so long, and then suddenly it's like, you build what?
He doesn't even have a telly or anything. There's no way to live.
Oh, there's so many good Knuckles ideas, like, just popping up in my head now. Knuckles finally discovers only fools and horses.
Jesus.
Amy, though, fuck alive, where to begin? She'd always been a bit off kilter, but Tails was certain she'd been co-opted by some far right movement or another. He regretted showing her that funny 4chan green text image about the guy who ate all the sugar-free chili dogs and spent the next 8 hours having the worst and most painful constipation of his life. Soon enough, Amy had fully ingratiated herself among the incels on that particular website. It wasn't helped by her pastor at church, who was definitely not going to see the pearly gates when they croaked due to their views on minorities. I knew Amy was canonically a Christian for some fucking reason. But Jesus Christ.
It's gonna go from bad to worse. She's gonna be one of those Christians.
Yes, I think so. Oh, God. Before Tails knew it, Amy was blaming all of her problems on every protected group you could care to think of, including several races Tails had sure he'd never heard of before. Tails got the distinct impression he wasn't the only one of the group who was feeling isolated. Sonic had recently become depressed right around the time he borrowed Tails' copy of Earthbound. What? And struggled to get to the third settlement. That's the reason he's depressed! This is stupid! That's the reason Sonic's depressed. I couldn't finish Earthbound.
I mean, he's heard all these good things about it and he can't get to the third settlement. It's difficult, you know?
Oh my God. It was even picked up by the gaming news sites, who unthinkingly and repeatedly reported that Sonic had a rough transition into 3. For fuck's sake! Tails felt a twinge of shame, knowing he should have been making more of an effort to help his friend. But his idea for a totally badass little go-kart wasn't going to make itself, so sod it. Okay, I wanted and thought Sonic and Tails were going to be like, let's band together and regroup the event. Not just Sonic couldn't finish a fucking video game. There was fucking incel fucking characters in this whole fucking fanfic.
I mean, listen,
in chapter 2,
we don't truly understand depression in all its forms to this day. Anything can set it off. Anything can be a trigger, Eddie, including the difficulty of Shigesato Itoi's legendary Earthbound.
Fucking ridiculous. This is just not. This is not what I expected in the best way. I love that it's like so off what I was thinking was going to happen. But fucking hell. Of course, sometimes Tails did make the effort and received nothing to show for it. The last 2 days, in fact, he attempted to call Sonic but got no response. It was frustrating. Sonic was terrible at returning phone calls. Rota had once spent a week in prison because his one phone call had been to Sonic, who had picked up. Immediately told Rota he'd call back later and put the phone down to play Call of Duty. Christ's sake! All of which seemed a little unfair, as Rota was only arrested for not returning an overdue library book, which Sonic had asked him to borrow in the first place. What is Sonic?
Sonic's a dick, man. I don't know what to tell you.
Sinking into his chair and taking a deep breath, Tails hoped Sonic would pick up the phone today because what he had to say couldn't wait much longer. The fact of the matter was, Sonic would be necessary for action to be taken. Right now, Tails was as stuck as Espio... Fucking Christ. Tails was as stuck as Espio was that time he tried to stick his head through the window of the local adult entertainment club, only to find his big stupid chameleon bonds wouldn't go back out again. Worse still, he found himself peering into the men's bathroom, where he was pounded by the stench of stale wee, and, more literally, the fists of the blokes who didn't take kindly to being ogled by a purple chameleon. In an attempt to get the horn, Espio had punched in his 57 times, which medical staff said was a new record. Good, Espio's a massive fucking pervert then.
I mean, the question it should be raised, why did he not just turn invisible?
Well, he's an idiot, isn't he?
Well, that's very true. I mean, you know, he hangs out with Vector and Charmy. It's probably going to lower his intelligence by osmosis.
So, like, just from the osmosis-y thing, like, chaotics, there seem to be these creepy pervs who send dick pics and fucking peeping Tom on everyone.
I dread to think what is going to happen with poor Charmy.
Well, see you next chapter. Tails picked up a pen and his jotter and made a note. He stared at what he'd written, confirming in his mind what he'd hastily scrawled. He nodded silently. There was no denying it. He had definitely written piss and double underlined it. God, there had to be more than life in this, didn't there? For crying out loud, he was 8! If you didn't have life figured out at 8 years old, when would you? Oh, Jesus Christ. If he hit 9 and didn't have an outline for where he was going in life, he could basically be no better than dead. He'd be as worthless to society as a podcaster or a middle manager. Hey, now. Tails' phone buzzed. The screen lit up, shortly followed by Tails' expression. Finally, Sonic was returning his call. The boy genius pressed the end call button and started a FaceTime conversation, because everyone knows it's just nicer to maintain constant eye contact while having a phone conversation. In fact, it never leads to awkward silences at all. Is Tails autistic in this fanfic? Well, I'm asking that genuinely, like not even like me trying to be like funny. Like
I mean, it didn't occur to me, but who's to say? I thought we'd show the opposite side of where we set off last time, and you know what was going through Tails' mind. Why in God's name you would ever prefer a FaceTime call over just having a normal phone conversation?
This is a lovely
If you have something
idea.
to show someone on your call, sure.
Yes. Oh, but you know, you can answer the call and then be like, "Hey, can I FaceTime you?"
Mm-hmm.
And press the button that says "Start video." He didn't have to hang up in the first place, so he's a fucking idiot. I like this though. I like this. I like how we've got some nice background and not just because I assumed it would just lead into "Hi Sonic, it's Tails." I'm glad we haven't done that. It's nice.
Well, you've got to set the mood, set the tone.
Yes, it's very well done.
Thank you.
Sonic's bleary face came into view on the screen. "Hey pal, what's up?" Tails tried to at least get context for why his friend hadn't answered his previous calls. "Sonic, where have you been? I rang you yesterday and the day before." "I shat so hard I passed out for 48 hours. Tails paused, uncertain with the depressive her details. In the end, he offered, "Right. Fair." "So, what's up?" "It's no good, Sonic." "What, Knuckles' reading level?" Sonic smirked. Tails rolled his eyes as if to say, "Oh, you," but he knew Sonic didn't mean it. After all, Sonic knew Knuckles was incredibly sensitive about being illiterate. Oh no! And making light of that was completely off limits. That's really... Oh, poor Knuckles is going to get... Knuckles is the bullied character, I think, we have immediately established from the writers. He's getting bullied to fuck.
You can take it, he's a big lad.
He sure can. Tails continued. "I've been monitoring Dr. Robotnik's abandoned base of my equipment, and the results are off the chart." "Which results are those exactly?" Sonic tilted his head. "It would take too long to explain each of them to you," Tails replied. It's hard to do Tails' voice.
It's weird, isn't it? It's like kind of a little bit hoarse and a little bit high pitched.
Yeah. I'm going to give him a different voice because I can't enunciate a different voice.
Fair.
"It would take too long!" I'm not doing the other voice.
God, can
Tails,
you imagine?
Tails. Oh, should I do Sonic? Like the really shit Sonic anime one.
Jesus, the worst thing ever.
Well, also doesn't enunciate. "It would take too long to explain what you have to do." That fucking Andy Samberg and Bludgeons. Tails. Deek. "It would take too long to explain each of them to you," Tails replied. "You're just saying that because you think I'm too thick to understand, aren't you?" "No, I'm saying it because the writer wants to get to the point and he's already meandering like crazy." "Okay, so give it to me in simple terms, buddy." "Perfect. And indeed the person writing this could definitely do that." Tails explained to Sonic that his computer had recorded energy levels especially similar to those given off by the Chaos Emeralds, emanating from Robotnik's disused egg fortress. The orbiting space satellite that wasn't as cool as a Death Egg, but served the same basic thematic purpose, so people didn't just think Robotnik was rehashing the same ideas constantly. At least the very humbly named Team Sonic had thought it was disused. Tails' fear was that Robotnik or someone may be in possession of one of those mystical gems. Tails estimated that even a second exposure to one of the Chaos Emeralds would provide enough energy to light up a Starlight Zone for 7 years, completely redundantly giving the night sky locale was illuminated by stars, or power my phone charger for 10 minutes before the place to shit cable stopped pissing working again. Sonic sat bolt upright, and, in light of the serious nature of the news, did his best to mask his excitement. This could have just been the break he was after. Finally, an adventure! And a chance to kick Robotnik's suspiciously white teeth for a man in his 50s down to his stupid fucking neck. Jesus Christ. God, he loved hitting Robotnik. Almost much as he loved chili dogs. And Sonic loved chili dogs, let me tell you. 1 year, I love how the narration just goes like, 1 year, the completely unrelated story, by the way. It's always so funny to me.
I checked this back after I finished the first draft and I was like, oh, I've gone a little bit Family Guy. Here is what I've done.
No, I love it. It's so funny. I did exactly the fucking same thing, just talking about fucking Mastermind. I love when the narration's just like, by the way, this is a funny joke. 1 year for Valentine's Day, he'd not been paying attention when all the cool girls asked him who he fancied, and he said chili dogs, which caused 3 of the girls to fall into a coma from grief. What?
I mean...
Fucking hell.
I mean, wouldn't you be upset if you thought you were in with a shot and you lost out to a processed meat
into a
product?
coma from grief. Christ alive. Sonic didn't apologise, mind you, because he decided, on reflection, he really did fancy chili dogs, for fuck's sake. So let me see if I got this straight, Sonic said, a grin forming on his face. You think we should just bust into Eggman's secret space base, smash a few badniks, steal back the Chaos Emeralds, and be home in time for delicious, sexy chili dogs? Fucking hell. Tails and me frowned. No, I think we should call the police. Let them handle it, Sonic. For goodness sake, have some responsibility, would you? The 2 friends stared at one another, and they burst into a roar of laughter. Good one, pal! Sonic wiped away a tear caused by laughing so hard. Tails chuckled. Of course! We both know the police are useless, and we do their job for free, because we're actually passionate about upholding the law and not taking some massive kickbacks funded by the taxpayer. He's 8!
Yeah, well, I mean, he's been reading some literature on the matter.
Oh, I love the juxtaposition of, we've established he can't do this, he's 8, and then he goes into this big fucking spiel about the police. It would certainly be a shame if we weren't real and people actually had to rely on the police. Ha ha! Imagine that! They'd probably be really corrupt and the public would lose faith in them. Couldn't be me! The 2 friends somehow looked at the reader, cynical eyebrows raised. Fucking Christ. Oh. Tails tapped a few keys on one of his many epic gamer keys. Fuck you! I don't know why that keeps getting me. Oh. Tails tapped a few keys on one of his many epic gamer keyboards. It's the cool rainbow lights. I have one of those. They give you retina burn over a prolonged period of time, end up in a schematic robotics egg fortress. That explains my new glasses.
I was going to say.
That and copious wanking over chili dogs, apparently. They are
well, yes. I
they
mean,
are
here
sexy.
it makes you go blind.
It's the phallic shape of a chili dog, surely.
It must be. They remind me of Vector's knob.
That's canon now.
It is.
According to my calculations, the fox explained, the base's fortifications have been ramped up recently. That plus local bank, I read that as local bank, and it isn't that at all.
The local bank. I mean, that's another sector of industry that Tails would have a problem with.
That plus local banding activity suggests it's going to take 5 of us to break in. Even Sonic wasn't so bad at maths, he couldn't work this one out. I guess that accounts for 2 of us, plus Amy and Knuckles. But who else? Tails tapped his pen on his desk as if in thought. Yes! Who else is going to join the illustrious Team Sonic? Are you still mad we called it Team Sonic? We took a vote, Tails. Yes, we did! And as the rest of us arrived to place our votes, the ballot box viciously blew away that blue cyclone. I had to return it roughly the same time you did 1 second after the polls closed. This is why I'm fucking hell. This is why I'm a proponent of voting early. It's your civic duty to be responsible and do your part. Or you might end up with a candidate you really don't like in charge of something important. But I guess there's nothing you can do but complain on Twitter or just vote again in another 4 years. Fucking hell.
That's topical, that is.
It is topical. Please vote, everyone. And not for Trump. Also, if you're a Trump supporter listening, stop listening. I don't care. Fuck you.
All right, well, there you go. That's the line drawn, folks.
Tails frowned and decided to move on. On his computer, he ran a quick algorithm and attempted to send the outputted file to Sonic over Discord. Fucking Christ. A notification popped up that his file was too heckin' chunky for Discord. the most popular chat application on the planet with a file size limit of 10 megabytes, which would have been pathetic in 1995. But he wasn't paying for Nitro because he was a fucking rube. Tails sent the file to Dropbox instead. I'm sending you a list of all the best potential candidates for this mission, Tails explained. As self-appointed team leader, we couldn't be bothered to argue at the time. The final choice should be yours. Sonic eyed the names on screen. Oh, he's good. Yeah, she's really cool. Oh, they'd be a good pick. Alright, Tails. Leave it to me! Leave it to me to track down one of these guys. You think you can hand rounding up Amy and Tails? Nope, you're Tails. I'll do that again. that stays in. You think you can round up Amy and Knuckles? Well, it's a Thursday, and Amy usually gets out of her Bible studies and hateful screenwriting class around 5. Knuckles shouldn't be too tough to find. He spends all his free time sat in the same place. Sonic's face got a little more serious. Tails, and you don't suppose... I mean, do you think Robotnik might be back? It's too early to tell yet. Ever the scientist, thought Sonic. Without empirical evidence, Tails just doesn't want to address the obvious elephant in the room, and that mustachioed egg botherer won't just get in the bloody ground. Fucking hell. Tails continued. It's certainly true we haven't heard from him in some time, and quiet isn't usually his style. What if I'm seeing here on these readouts is correct? We can't afford to take any chances. What if he, or whoever, used the Chaos Emerald to power Robotnik again, like a Silver Sonic? Well... Sonic attempted humility for once in his life. Silver Sonic wasn't so hard once you memorized his attack pattern. Finally stay out of the way of the extended claw thingy. I seem to recall he grabbed you by the nuts and twisted. You weren't there! You wouldn't know! Shut up! Replied Sonic, not at all defensively, wincing slightly. Sensing he caught his friend a degree of distress, Tails wrapped up the conversation that the two of them could get to work. He looked at his watch. 9:03 a.m. That gave him plenty of time to work on the go-kart before he headed to the White Flower Zone to pick up Amy. Is the White Flower Zone real?
No, it just rhymes with white power.
Fucking hell!
I think Amy would like to live there.
Good. Excellent. Glad I asked. Tails got out of his chair and crossed over to a cupboard, retrieving from it a stuffed doll of Knuckles. He would use his clever decoy of putting it in the Master Emerald so Robotnik's badniks would never know the real Knuckles had left to join the adventure. Somehow it worked every time. It even worked on Fang once when he attempted to steal the Master Emerald by dressing like a sexy lady again to distract Knuckles and hitting with a frying pan. Did that happen?
It did now.
Great. The thing is with Sonic is, you can never tell.
No, it's a stupid series. Any of these things could have happened.
Tails necked his coffee and set to work. He turned on the radio for background noise and picked up his toolbox. Suddenly, there was a knock at the workshop's main door. Odd. Tails didn't get many unexpected visitors due to being the least popular character in Team Sonic. Oh, it's true, but
It's true, but he shouldn't say it.
But certainly not this time in the morning. Tails walked over to the door and opened it a crack. Hello? End of chapter 2.
Sonic the Hedgehog, the fanfic, the podcast. Chapter 3. We will find out which character is behind the door of Tails' home in this chapter. Don't worry, it's not a massive cliffhanger, I promise.
Guess what happens in this episode?
I'm going to go ahead and guess. It might be that we find out which character is behind the door of Tails' home in this chapter.
Well, I can't spoil anything, so we'll have to see.
That's true, we'll just have to see if I'm right. Hello? Tails repeated from the previous chapter, his door barely open so he couldn't quite make out who it was. He was nervous, you see. Those energy readings on his computer could spell disaster for the entire island, and someone suddenly turning up at his door straight after a phone call with his best buddy, it simply couldn't be a coincidence. Unlike that great football match down at Twinkle Park way back in 2011, God, that was a beautiful game, Tails thought to himself. It was Team Sonic and his mates against Eggman's drones. No one was really sure why they were having a game of football in the midst of Eggman trying to take over the world again, but this is just how things work out. There were only 3 minutes left on the clock, and Team Sonic and his mates were huddled up. Eddie, what's happening?
You'll see.
Jeepers peepers, Sonic says. This is one tough game. I'll say, Knuckles says, adding absolutely nothing to the conversation as usual. Tails raised his hand slightly. Sonic, we're 2 goals behind. How are we ever going to win that Chaos Emerald now? Don't worry, little buddy, I've got a plan. Tails smiled. He liked when Sonic had a plan. Like that time Sonic planned a surprise birthday party for Big. Oh no. Happy birthday, Big! Screamed everyone. Birthday? Big said. Fuck yeah! Vector yelled, absolutely balls deep in Vanilla the Rabbit. He wasn't invited back. Oh god. Mr. Big? Said a tiny voice from behind Vector's increasingly upsetting arse, bobbing in and out of frame like it was copying that scene from Wayne's World, where they're all headbanging to Bohemian Rhapsody. And look, I know that was very funny in the 90s, but personally, I really don't understand what the joke is supposed to be there. And it's the kind of the only thing people really talk about when bringing up Wayne's World, and I really think it spoilt both the song and the film for me. Mr. Big, Cream said again, bringing us back on track. Do you like your present? Big looked down at the present being presented to him in the present tense. Have a word. His eyes welling up with gratitude, he slowly unwrapped the gold, shiny, ribboned box. Sonic burst out from the top and kicked Big so hard in the face he broke his nose. With a crash so loud, it made... Fuck off. With a crash so loud, it made bandicoots everywhere castrate themselves out of fear. Big fell to the ground. That's for saying I was slow, Sonic says, kicking Big in the teeth repeatedly. And wait a second, Tails said out loud. That's not a very nice memory at all. And I should really get back to what I was supposed to be doing. Reminiscing about that amazing game. So Sonic, what's your big plan then? Knuckles huffed. He had a plan too, but he knew no one would listen to him. Nobody ever did, even though his ideas were excellent. Some better than Sonic's even. Like that time the gang... What have you done to me, Ed? Like the time the gang got briefly furloughed and all had to start working in a bakery. Bread? Who needs bread? Knuckles said, needs bread, expectantly waiting for the big laugh. Shut the fuck up, you cunt. Yes, sir, Knuckles sighed. Hey guys, Amy said from across the bakery. Guess who I am? She turned around, her arms spread wide in the air with a huge grin on her face. Her face completely covered in white flour. Knuckles scratched his head as best as he could with his stupid fucking gloves and said, Amy, I'm the superior race, of course, the racist hedgehog said. You're all fucking fired, Mighty said. I didn't do anything, Knuckles protested. You are literally punching a horse. Oh, sorry, Mike. You're literally punching a horse in the face as we speak. Shit, Mighty was right. Knuckles was punching a horse in the face. He didn't even realise he was doing it. The gang all laughed as the screen faded to black and the credits began to roll. Another day in the life of... Wait a second, Tails screamed. There's something really important I'm supposed to be doing right now. Tails, pass me the ball. Oh, for the love of Hilltop's hilly twat. Tails was mid-game. He completely zoned out Act 2 and missed the entirety of Sonic's plan. Tails made a mental note to take his ADHD medication after the match was over. Oh, spoilers, he forgot about that too. Fucking hell. Just trying to compose myself. He looked up at Sonic, who nodded. He glanced down at the ball, sat innocently enough in the grass. The ball looked up at Tails, knowing what was coming next. The ball braced itself for impact. It's a tough life being a ball. You start your days off flat and then almost immediately get pumped full of air. You're transported around with a bunch of your ball mates before someone decides to take you home and kick the absolute tits off of you. If you're lucky, you'll get bitten by a dog and thrown away. And in this ball's case, it was stolen. A greedy, eggy hand took it from JD Sports one faithful Saturday morning. Tucked under the sweaty, stained shirt of a mustachioed gentleman, it spent its first few hours outside of its normal environment, smelling the fumes of the disgruntled scientist, huffing and puffing as he tried to run out the shop without being seen. Poor Ball couldn't do anything. After all, he was a ball. And so the challenge was laid out. Eggman's army of armoured arses versus Hedgehog and friends. The winner gets a Chaos Emerald for some reason. This level wouldn't appear until about 6 hours into the game, and fans criticised it for making absolutely no fucking sense and completely derailing the plot that had previously been set up. Yeah, I wonder how that would feel.
Who would do that?
And so we cut now to Tails, what we've all been waiting for. He took a deep breath and peered through the crack in his door, desperate to make out who just knocked, but not make out with them. That would be insane, right? For one thing, he was dating Zoe, who definitely exists. Stop asking. She does exist, doesn't she? No, she does. She does. She bought Tails that Aerosmith CD a few months ago because he said in passing that he'd never seen Armageddon. Again, he's fucking 8, so why would he? Truth be told, he didn't even like the song Don't Wanna Miss a Thing. There's a line in that song which goes, I just want to be with you, right here with you. And that always annoyed him. Why does he say, with you, right here with you? It's nonsensical padding. Padding. It's got more padding than Rouge. It's the Rouge the Bat of songs, Tails thought to himself, letting out an involuntary noise from deep within his throat that was not only embarrassing to him, but the other character outside definitely heard it. Just like the crowd heard Tails scream with all his might as he booted that ball towards Sonic. Nice one, Tails, the blue dude with an attitude crewed. Why did that get me? Launching the ball with all his might, sending it soaring past Eggman's robots and straight into the back of the net. One more goal was all they needed. Hey, you scored a goal, Knuckles said, once again adding sweet fuck all to this conversation. The gang looked up at Eggman, who was hiding out way above the field. He was positively throwing a fit. This is the biggest load of horse shit I've ever witnessed, he said to himself. I knew I should have hired Omega to be on my team. He picked up a cup and threw it at the wall, its inner liquid spooling down the wall and forming a puddle on the floor. His reflection glanced up at the ceiling, and a smile broke across his face. He had finally figured it out. Look, Knuckles, we just can't afford to lose because of one of your terrible ideas. Sonic, please. If you listen to my idea, I'll let you pull a chili dog out of my mouth with your butthole again. That's my Sonic, he said, cropping out particular audience members from a selfie she'd just taken. We all know who. Jesus. Sonic looked sheepishly down at the floor. He walked towards Knuckles and whispered in his ear. 3 chili dogs and I get to fart in your mouth. 2 chili dogs, no fart. 4 chili dogs, no fart, no mustard. Knuckles contemplated the offer, put a hand on Sonic's shoulder and said, You are literally the fastest thing alive. Why the fuck are you not just running the ball into the goal? Sonic stood staring at him. Wow, Knuckles, that's the dumbest idea I've ever heard. All right, let's go. Sonic then proceeded to run as fast as he could, taking out robots left and right, dribbling the ball with such flair that the crowd completely lost their mind. Chants of Sonic, Sonic, Sonic filled the arena as he scored not 1, not 2, but 38 goals in the last 30 seconds. Confetti rained down upon the gang as they lifted the Chaos Emerald high into the sky. In their excitement, they failed to realise that Eggman was nowhere to be seen. They also failed to realise that there wasn't a coincidence here either, as was previously described at the beginning of the chapter, and that's the story of how Sonic and friends won the football. Oh, also shadows at the door, Lamau. End of chapter 3!
Sonic the Hedgehog, the fanfic, the podcast, Chapter 4. The chaos of Chaotix Chaos, not to be confused with the character Chaos or the waterpool of Chow, the identically spelled but differently pronounced Chaos, this refers instead to the concept of chaotic behaviour and the Chaos Emeralds, which could be said to behave chaotically but more pertinently give off chaos energy. Additionally, you will note, I refer to Chaotix, which is a member of some of Sonic's friends who are, in their own right, quite chaotic.
Just had to clarify matters there.
I love the tradition we have of obscenely long chapter titles.
I didn't even intend it to be this way, but I quite like how both of mine now have been a quite short chapter title and then a mental breakdown as if I went, but what if they don't understand what it means?
Oh, that's so fun. Lovely stuff.
Alright, are you ready to rock and roll with chapter 4?
I sure am.
Take it away, buddy.
Tails couldn't believe his eyes. There, staring back at him, was Shadow the Hedgehog. the self-proclaimed ultimate life form. Shadow had always intimidated Tails due to his moody expression, his easily irritated personality, and the fact that he got major bitches. Add from the fact that Shadow worked for the super secret Black Ops government division that existed strictly off the record, and Tails had a real piss-your-pants kind of badass on his paws here. Stepping out of his workshop and into the morning sun, Tails cleared his throat nervously. For fuck's sake. Elsewhere, Vector was having the time of his life. God's sake.
Oh, I'm sorry, did you think we were going to cover some ground there?
Nope. In fact, every day was the time of his life, as far as Vector was concerned. I know his voice.
Excited Yoda.
Man, it sure is great to be me, Vector the Crocodile, announced Vector to nobody in particular as he strutted down the street. Absolutely nothing bad ever happens to me. At least nothing I give a damn about. He was right, of course. Vector had that certain charm. And I don't mean a bee. Fuck you. It didn't matter what unbelievable bullshit Vector pulled. He always got away with it, and everyone laughed it off. Oh, Vector, they chuckled. We don't mind that you launched a bottle rocket into our living room. That's just the kind of guy you are. And Vector would say, that's right, that's me, and I'm great. And he was great. On this particular day, Vector had been living it up. He had just had a really nice ice cream and was contemplating tying his rabbit girlfriend up like fucking hell.
I knew that was going to blindside you, but led him softly with the ice cream.
It was so nice. He had just had a really nice ice cream and was contemplating tying his rabbit girlfriend up like a pretzel to do utterly unspeakable shit to her. The kind of stuff sent vanilla wild, mind you. She was like a rabbit in... Well, yes, anyway, you get the point. As something caught his eye, nothing vanilla about their sex life.
Oh, you're right there.
Interesting. There, hovering in midair, was a giant ring. Giant rings, also known as big rings, which is what I would call them myself, were rings which were fucking hell. Giant rings, known as big rings, were rings what were large.
I was very proud of that.
It's very true. More importantly than that, however, they usually granted people access to the special zone. Vector and his friends had been there many a time on their adventures in the past. Today, Vector was feeling particularly handsome and thought he'd try his luck. Were there special zones in Chaotix?
Yes, but instead of getting the Chaos Emeralds, they got the Chaos Rings.
Ah, interesting.
And also,
Good.
Of course, there's the special stage in Sonic Heroes, which Vector's in.
That also makes sense, yes.
Which is a pile of shit game, by the way. Fuck you, Sonic Heroes, if you're listening.
I
And I
enjoy
know
Sonic
you are.
Heroes. Yeah, it's always there. Leave it to me. I'll defend it. Time for this crocodile to get this hole! Vector thought aloud. He took a run up and leapt for the centre of the ring, which disappeared with a whoosh noise, teleporting Vector to another world. The special zone was actually a pocket dimension of sorts. There are plenty of planets and worlds and inhabitants of that extremely strange and wondrous reality, but Vector had arrived in the altogether more colourful locale that made up the majority of the realm. Some refer to this part of the special zone as the Warp of Confusion. Others called it the Void or the Zone of Silence. Are those all true?
Yes. This
I
is
had
different.
no idea.
I'm dropping the lore bombs on you here, I see.
I can never tell with Sonic. It could be made up or it could be something as existed for 1,000 years. The ancient echidnas referred to its unimaginable landscape beyond comprehension as the Nightmare Country. That sounds like a fucking TNA gimmick.
Nightmare Country. James comes out.
To Vector and his pals, it was the weird bit. Here, colours morphed into one another, birds turned into fish, and then back again. Enormous half-pipes floated in nothingness, and the last one was fucking bullshit designed to get you to keep replaying the same game with an absolutely pathetic rune distribution.
Yeah, fuck Special Stage 7 in Sonic 2.
It is a cunt. Vector blinked into the dimension, stretching and squashing and de-spaghettifying all of the space of a fraction of an attosecond. So imperceptible, it hardly seems worth writing it down, but I'm setting the tone, and I'll do what I bloody well want, alright? Vector looked down at his feet. He was still on a tiny moon. Or at least he assumed it was a moon. It was almost impossible to tell in the special zone, where size and scale were frequently irrelevant. Something Vector was glad was not true of his escapades of vanilla. Either way, it was very much like Vector's nuts. Fucking Christ.
I thought I'd get you with the 1-2 punch there.
Oh, like SBO's fucking horn last episode.
That's it.
Vector stopped to think for a second. This part of the special zone was the domain of Feist, the gargantuan Titan panda who... What, is this real?
This is genuinely...
Fucking
this
hell,
is canon in the Archie comics. A big panda's in charge of the special zone.
This part of the special zone was the domain of Feist, the gargantuan Titan panda who usually had multiple visitors take part in his physical challenges. If they pass a challenge, they will be rewarded, frequently with a Chaos Emerald, though sometimes, as was the case in some of the less good games, with the worst prize to make you feel like you wasted your time and made you disinclined to bother to get the good ending.
Looking at you, Sonic fucking blast on the Game Gear.
Oh yes, and Chaotix, I will say as well.
Yeah, yes. But if you get the bad ending in that, Metal Sonic just does a fucking genocide, so, you know, there's
does
that.
he?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
It's not nice.
Most of Sonic's friends, and Sonic himself, consider these challenges a necessary evil, as nobody liked playing performing monkey for a creature who, let's face it, is famously too stupid to exist. Even if this one had nigh immeasurable powers, eat meat and fuck one another, you stupid strappy bastards. I completely agree. Pandas are shit.
Pandas are just nonsense. I mean, they're adorable, but God, what a stupid creature.
They are idiots. Feist challenges quite frequently involve rolling or running, which Vector thought was a bit odd, as if they were all specifically designed around Sonic's physical strengths. But he didn't care a toss anyway. Out of nowhere, a planetoid began to form, as if from plasticine in an Aardman film. It took on multicoloured appearance, with a checkerboard aesthetic. This must be the challenge, Vector thought to himself. What's that egomaniacal dickhead got for me this time? Suddenly, scores of beautiful... What the fuck is happening here? Suddenly, scores of beautiful women popped into existence on the planetoid. They all giggled and waved at Vector, beckoning him over. Vector hopped over from his moon to the planetoid. The women were all kinds of different animals, from rabbits, to cats, to swans, to crocodiles, to that weird big-eared thing from Sonic the Comic that Mick McMahon used to draw. What was that?
Fuck knows, we used to just call it the McMahon. It didn't look like anything.
How weird is that, by the way? A legendary Judge Dredd artist drawing Sonic comics. Fucking mental, that. Have you seen how much a page of that stuff consisted on eBay? It's 300 quid at the thin end of the wedge. Fucking hell. 300 quid! Think of the good you could do with that. Oh, you're a Sonic fan. You only waste it anyway. Look, get the art if you want. I won't judge you. I promise. Don't look at me like that. Come on. Cheer up. That's my little pog champ.
Sorry. I had to get you to say that.
I don't know what that means.
Eddie O'Keefe ASMR.
Oh. Oh no. No thank you. Absolutely no thank you to me. As the slender beauties continue to appear... Is this just fucking Vector in Normie's Beach Bay Bonanza?
It could be.
As the slender beauties continued to appear, Vector was starting to get a pretty good idea of what the physical challenge he'd have to attempt. For a moment, he felt bad. If Vanilla found out about this, she'd probably be pretty upset. Vector searched his soul and decided he couldn't give a fuck. Ladies! Victor said with a smile, which was easy enough considering his massive crocodile mouth and teeth. Fucking hell. Who wants to play... Oh no! Who wants to play hide the snake? Back with Tails. Ha! See, we hadn't forgotten about him. I was getting to it. I was just messing with you earlier. Thank you so much for that. Shadow crossed his arms as he had listened to the young fox. And that's the long and short of it, Shadow, Tails said. What the hell are you talking about? Shadow scowled. You didn't tell me anything. You opened your door, you said hello, came outside. Fucking Christ. Oh, this is exactly what I would have written. You didn't tell me anything. Not the Vector bit, obviously. That was completely out of left field. What the hell are you talking about? Shadow scowled. You didn't tell me anything. Opened your door, said hello, came outside, cleared your throat nervously, and then said, that's the long and short of it, Shadow. Seriously, Prowler, what the fuck is wrong with you? Oh, right, yeah. I guess I forgot to actually tell you the plan. Sorry, I didn't take my medication this morning. I'm having difficulty paying thingy. Oh, Tails. He's such a sad character. Okay, well, Team Sonic need to head into space to the Egg Fortress, but we need a fifth person to help us get in. Your name's on the list of potential candidates for the job I gave to Sonic, but since you're here, I may as well ask. Would you be up for joining us on our mission? Shadow did his best to hold back an irritated sigh. Though he would never let on, Shadow respected Sonic a lot. But he couldn't fucking stand his company. The idea of being trapped in a space shuttle with a hyperactive hedgehog made Shadow want to kick himself in the back of the head like a gnarly spin kick he did to Silver that one time, which is great, by the way.
It's fucking so good, man.
Say what you will about Sonic 06, the cutscenes, for the most part, looking at you kissing the fucking Elise, are beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, graphically, it's gorgeous. It's just attached to that.
Yes. Like gnarly spin kick he did to Silver that one time. Haha, did you see that shit? Shadow showed people the video that all the time, including when he saw Silver on a date with Blaze once. Blaze had laughed and laughed and laughed, and Silver held head. Why, Shadow? Such a bully! Blaze also, there's something very funny about laughed and laughed and laughed. It's so unnecessary.
Just like the idea that it went on for so long and he just had to sit there and take it.
Blaze had laughed and laughed and laughed, and Silver had held back tears. Blaze was cool as fuck. Shadow knew that. He couldn't let her sabotage her life by having Silver try and get a bit of tongue. Friends don't let friends kiss Silver. That's what Shadow always said. Oh my god, I feel bad for Silver.
Yeah, it'll pass, don't worry.
Yeah. All the same, if Team Sonic would head to the Egg Fortress, there had to be a good reason. I'll consider it, he finally offered. Tails felt a little of the unease in his stomach dissipate. And I'll consider it from Shadow was extremely good, all things being equal. To tell the truth, Shadow always liked to march to the beat of his own drum, which meant even pinning him down was very difficult. A fact Rouge had learned firsthand when she too tried to pin Shadow down, but he told her he didn't see her that way. Besides, he only liked girls with dyed highlights in their hair because it's cool and emo and awesome like him.
It's very true.
Very, very true.
Shadow's got dyed highlights in his hair as well. He's got a little red in his spikes.
Absolutely. I'm glad we're establishing no Shadow Rouge romance because it's too obvious.
It is.
Yeah,
They're,
fuck that.
You know, they're cool besties and workmates, you know. Shadow doesn't mix business and pleasure.
No. Unlike Vector.
Oh, who mixes everything with pleasure, apparently.
Rape for your pleasure!
Jeez.
Christ alive. The fucking Vector fucking Chaotix condoms.
Blah.
Good alliteration. No one wants the charmy one.
they're just like being stung by a bee on your bits and bobs.
And the Espio one, it feels like nothing's there. And it's just an empty packet. Disgusting cunts. If you're going into space, you'll need clearance from Gun, Shadow advised Tails. Luckily, you happen to be talking to someone who works for them. Will Commander Tower be okay with us heading into space on an unauthorized flight? Tails asked. No, but I think he's a prick anyway, so I like ruining his day with paperwork, Shadow tutted.
Microaggressions against your boss. You got to do it.
Absolutely. If it helps with the decision to tell Shadow, we think there may be a Chaos Emerald in the Egg Fortress. As one of the few people who can use Chaos Control, I figured you'd have a vested interest in that. Shadow growled at himself. Tails was right. Chaos Control was incredibly useful. The ability to slow down time to such a degree, it seemed the user who was able to teleport was a skill few had been able to master, and none better than Shadow. Who better than Shadow?
Fucking hell.
In fact, the only person better at slowing time was my manager at my old job in training meetings. Way.
Take that, Tony, you wank.
Not Tony from SVR.
Oh no, we salute.
Yeah. God bless Tony. Oh wait, hang on a second, Tails suddenly realised. You came to see me and I jumped all this on you. What did you come for? Fucking hell.
I was waiting for you to see that.
I wanted to return these DS games you let me borrow. Shadow handed over a small carrier bag of only two Nintendo DS games inside. I love this fucking running thing you have of all the Sonic characters being epic gamers. Such a stupid aside.
Well, I mean, he's into the hardcore games, as you might imagine.
Oh yes, as you can see. Cooking Mama 1 and 2, Tails beamed. They don't make them like this anymore. Not by law, no. Fucking hell, what?
After the scandal.
Oh, of course, I forgot about that. Yes. They really help me unwind after a day of punching robots to death or kicking a terrorist in the ballsack so hard it cracks his pelvis. Sensing he was having an almost bonding moment with a much more popular Shadow, Tails made another offer. If you're interested... if you're interested, I also have Pippa Funnel 2, Farm Adventures. Tails, don't be so fucking idiotic, Shadow snapped. Of course I'm interested in the continued adventures of European champion and Olympic medalist Pippa Funnel MBE. You know, she's my favourite equestrian sports personality. Tails nodded, cowering just slightly. I'll have a mail drone. Fuck you. What I found really interesting is it's really easy to not read ahead somehow.
Yes.
It's surprising. That was my biggest worry, was that I accidentally see something and be like, oh, that's ruined. But it's really easy to just somehow not read ahead. Almost like you're reading a book.
Almost.
It's just very strange. Tails nodded, cowering just slightly. I'll have a mail drone. I call him Post-Madrone. Send it over to the gun base so you can pick it up when you get off work. That's a sentence I just said out loud.
When I typed the words mail, I originally typed post-drone and I went, hang on a minute.
Hang on. There's a pun here.
There is. Is it a good one? That's up to you, listeners.
Shadow began walking away. Good. Oh, and Prower? Yeah? Shadow glanced back over his shoulder at Tails. He looked him dead in the eye. Then he turned dramatically. He flipped Tails off and kept walking away. All Hail Shadow began playing. God fucking damn, he's so cool. I love Bully Shadow.
He's just no nonsense. He doesn't tolerate this bullshit 1 second.
He's the most 15-year-old bully possible. I'll borrow your games off you and thank you and borrow some more, but still fuck you and then run away. What just a little prick. Tails sighed. He didn't know why he kept trying to be Shadow's friend. Shadow was so aloof and had a way of making him feel small. But yet, part of Tails knew that if he could just get Shadow to like him, maybe everyone else would think he was cool too. This is upsetting. This is also me at school.
Yeah, I was writing this and I was like, oh god, is this therapy?
Yes.
Am I dealing with my past trauma?
Maybe instead of trying to be nice and cool, I'll show off to everyone. And I'll get people to laugh, and then they'll like me. That would have an effect on the rest of my life going forward. Maybe that was it. Maybe Tails was outgrowing his regular friends. But Shadow was 50 or some shit. And he had a bike, and a gun, and a best friend of huge great Wazumbos, and a massive fuck-off katana. He has a katana?
He does, yeah. If you get one of the endings in the Shadow game, he gives you a gigantic fucking sword.
Of course he fucking does. He shot the Hedgehog. Why am I even questioning
Hell
it?
yeah, dude.
Damn! If he was friends with Shadow, everyone would definitely think he was the coolest. Poor Tails. I feel so bad for him.
Tails is gonna get it, man. I'm telling you.
Oh. Tails turned the handle to his workshop door. It had closed behind him as he exited. And locked itself. And the keys were kept on his desk inside. Tails sighed.
Oh.
Back in the special zone. Fucking Christ. Vector had left a trail of exhausted women in his wake. He panted lightly and chuckled to himself. Looks like I won't get blue balls today! Suddenly, blooping in from nowhere, Feist, the enormous panther titan who ruled over the warp of confusion, fucking what a shit sentence, appeared in front of Vector. His voice was unfathomably boomy in the reaches of the special zone.
Another mortal has come to face the challenge of... Wait a second. What's going on here?
I passed the challenge! Vector half spluttered sweatily. I got 40 rings!
That wasn't the challenge, you stupid fucking crocodile! I was going to have you scale a climbing wall, and it was going to be really cool. You're a dick! You're such a dick! You fucking cock!
So what the fuck were the women here for?
They were just a fucking valets, you dumb bitch! Now they're fucking knackered! You absolute wank!
Can I have a Chaos Emerald at least?
If you get the fuck out of my sight, yes! You stupid big twat! You've really annoyed me! Go on, take your pissy emerald and bugger off!
Flies held a Chaos Emerald above Vector's head, and the crocodile teleported out of the special zone in a blinding white light. Oh boy.
That was beautiful.
Thank you. When the world came back into view around Vector, he was holding in his hand the blue Chaos Emerald. Yes! He exclaimed. Nothing bad ever happens to me! I don't know what's happening next, but there's something bad's going to happen to Vector. Vector the crocodile! Vector remembered the blue Chaos Emerald could grant its user the Avatar ability, letting them create... Oh no. Letting them create dozens of temporary clones of themselves. Vector smiled. Oh god! Vanilla was in for one hell of an evening. End of chapter 4.
Sonic the Hedgehog, the fanfic, the podcast, chapter 5 is entitled, I think it's about time we introduce the bad guys into this fanfic, otherwise all it's going to be is a bunch of loosely connected stories about characters from the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise that we know and love. Or maybe dislike, I don't know, I'm not your dad, unless this is being read in the future, and I did have kids, and you are my child, in which case, why are you reading this? It's way past your bedtime, go to your room for fuck's sake, sorry about that, you know what it's like. Kids. Part 1.
I don't know why I put part 1, I just thought it'd be really funny.
Well, now I've got to follow that up with part 2.
We don't have to. Who knows?
It could be like the Spider-Man cartoon where like they'd air stuff out of order, so you'd have part 1 week and you'd come back to part 2 like a fortnight later.
I'm convinced there was like a week of fucking Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers episodes that was like to be continued, and it was like, end the story, lads.
Come on, yeah. I'm a small child. My attention span is not that great. What do you mean this story is 14 parts long? Shadow set off home. He heard a buzzing noise behind about 20 minutes into his walk back. It was the Post Madrone from Tails. Holy cow, that was fast. Shadow ripped the package from its hand and, gripping Pepper Funnel 2 Farm Adventures close to his chest, thanked the drone before walking away. He hadn't been this excited since he completed Mary Kate and Ashley's Sweet 16, Licensed to Drive. I remember that!
It sure is a game.
It's one of those games that definitely exists.
Yeah.
Now, are we talking about the PlayStation version or the Game Boy Color version?
I assume Game Boy Color.
I feel like Shadow would have a Game Boy Color.
Yes. And it's also it's the clear one, not the black one.
Like Y2K aesthetic, for sure.
Yes.
He hadn't been this excited since he completed Mary Kate and Ashley's Sweet 16, Licensed to Drive. That was a long 4 months. Oh, he's not even good at it. Mm-hmm. He opened the box, his fingers trembling. Oh no, the cartridge was loose and it fell out. Oh, sweet chaos, Shadow shrieked. Where's that damn DS cartridge?
It had to happen at some point.
He dropped... I just realised Shadow showed up in the damn 4th chapter.
Well, fuck me, I didn't know.
Completely unintentional.
God damn.
He dropped to his hands and knees, pawing at the tall grass, desperately searching, and then he heard it. Ribbit. It can't be. Ribbit. Shadow, is that you? A large, wobbly figure came bounding towards him, knocking over several shy guys and girls who were all ogling Shadow from a distance. Not those kind of shy guys, except one. His name was Lawrence. Everyone called him Loz, although he wasn't really sure why. He was a good guy. Had a monobrow for a short while in school, and a brother named Elliot, who was also short for a while in school, and then had a growth spurt, as kids often do. Please, be careful where you step. I've just lost something very important to me, and it's not even mine. Tails will be so mad I've lost it. What are you looking for, Shadow? Big queried, his head tilted slightly to one side, but that's only because the dumbass had got peanut butter stuck to his fur and in an attempt to scratch it off with his shoulder, had glued his cheek to his arm. Shadow was too preoccupied to notice. Jesus, I'm so sorry, I just got the next line here. Tails lent me a game. Have you heard of Pepper Funnel 2 Farm Adventures? Of course, Shadow. It's a classic. Oh, you must be careful about dropping things. Yes, thank you. I just finished getting the final trophy on the Elden Ring DLC. Shadow looked up at Big gobsmacked. You what? You only bought the damn thing yesterday, Shadow exclaimed, digging his gloved fingers deep in the dirt. What the fuck was this game? Oh, it was easy, Big said, sheepishly kicking the rock with his foot. No one questioned why Dwayne Johnson was there.
I wrote the rock by mistake, and I guess just saying it.
I didn't even die once. Shadow flinched. This one stung, like a bee stinging its stinger into Shadow's shadow regions. Ow, Jesus.
No.
A no-death run? Big, what the fuck? If I was ever going to pass on my wisdom to you, Shadow, it's that you should never underestimate anybody. And with that, Big ascended into the heavens, faster than Sonic could suck off a chili dog, which is approximately 2 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Weird guy, Shadow mused. He paused for a few seconds, staring at where Big had once stood, before shaking his head and remembering what he was looking for. Think, Shadow, thought. What would... Fuck's sake. What would Pepper Funnel do? That's a good question, Shadow the Hedgehog. No, it can't be. Oh, but it is. Pepper Funnel? Shadow screamed, his mouth agape. There she stood on top of a horse, which has recently recovered from traumatic head injury after being routinely punched in the face by a bakery worker. Pepper Funnel. Not Pepper Funnel, the bakery worker that punched the horse.
Yeah, there was that chapter 3, Knuckles punching a horse in the face in the bakery.
Oh, it all ties together!
Not just some ramblings from an idiot.
I can't believe it, Shadow stood up, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. In 2003, you became the first person to win the Rolex Grand Slam of eventing, with consecutive wins at Rolex Kentucky, Badminton, and Burley. And then you also won Badminton in 2002 and 2005. And then at the European Championships, you won 2 individual golds and 3 team golds, and you're a 3-time Olympic medalist, winning team silver in 2000 and 2004, and an individual bronze in 2004, and you competed at the 2016 Summer Olympics. I sure did, Shadow the Hedgehog. I sure did, Pippa said, lifting her horse high above her head. But Pippa, why are you here? Shadow was almost too nervous to ask. He was too scared to mention that he also competed in the Olympics.
He has.
Just like ships in the night, they just never notice. I mean, Shadow, I'm here to ask you a favour. I don't know what Pippa Funnel sounds like. I'm sorry.
I'm sure she's listening.
Well, if you are Pippa, it's a delight to have you aboard.
Thank you, Pippa Funnel.
But thank you, Pippa Funnel. I never thought I'd hear that on this podcast. Shadow, I'm here to ask you a favour, she said, swinging the horse by the tail like a certain plumber. By all means, it'd be an honour to serve you in any way. I, Pippa Funnel, MBE, am seeking a great power, and I believe you are the key to helping me find it. Pippa, I'm sorry, I no longer possess a Chaos Emerald. For some reason, every time they get close together, they fuck off again. It's a really stupid design flaw that Tails hasn't gotten round to fixing yet. No, Shadow, it is not a Chaos Emerald, for I already have one. What? Shadow screamed, his voice so loud that flickies flew far from forest trees, and one of the many vectors lost its erection. What the hell was that? One of the vectors said. Oh, who cares? Said Vanilla, currently hanging upside down with 2 other vectors holding onto each foot, several of her toes in their mouth whilst their tongues were making Gene Simmons blush. He was wanking up in the corner. What, Gene Simmons?
Yeah.
Jesus. Now stick your finger up my ass. Oh, no, this is Vanilla.
That's Vanilla. Okay, come on.
Now stick your finger up my ass and death roll my hole. I can't believe you made me say that. Death... Oh... You bastard. You utter fucker.
I'm sorry.
No, you're not.
No.
Vector stood up straight. Find the cunt-puter room, he bellowed and dived headfirst into Vanilla. Okay, Mom, I guess I'll make my own dinner again then, a tiny voice said, as Cream left the room quietly, falling over a passed-out crocodile cock. She dusted herself off and skipped merrily out of the room. Oh, poor Cream.
There's something very sad about I'll make my own dinner again. Just like,
Oh, she's only little.
It's happened like several times.
She's only little. Eddie, no, why?
It's just very funny to me.
Okay. Ribbit. For the love of... Will you please shut the fuck up? Shadow had lost his temper by now. He couldn't find the game anywhere. Shadow, that's not very nice, Pippa sympathised, rolling the horse around the ground with a rolling pin and cutting out star shapes before putting them into an oven at 220 degrees Celsius for 15 minutes. What?
Silly horse.
Well, I'm so sorry, Pippa Funnel, but I'm looking for something important, and you still haven't told me what it is you want. It's not safe to talk here. Can I meet you at your place later tonight? Nobody knows where I live. I keep that a closely guarded secret. You live in the back room of a Primark in Central City. Damn.
Oh, sorry, I think you did one of Shadow's lines as Pippa. One of Pippa's lines as Shadow.
Oh, did I?
I think it was "They're not safe to talk here" as Pippa.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I think you did as Shadow. So he's just chatting to himself.
Well, maybe Pippa Funnel's got chaos control powers. You don't know.
That's true.
Oh, you're so fucking cool and edgy when you swear. Look, I have to run. Be at your place by 8 p.m. tonight, Shadow. And for the love of horses, don't let me down. She kissed Shadow on the dick and jumped back onto her horse. See you splog, hedgehog. And she put out a cigarette on the horse's arse, who proceeded to also ascend into the heavens. See you splog, hedgehog. That's entering the vocabulary.
I thought you'd really like that one. I couldn't think of anything that worked, so I just put in block.
She's obviously met Sonic as well at some point then, yeah.
Must have.
Shadow was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe what had just happened. What could all this mean? Ribbit. The weird conversation with Tails earlier. Ribbit. The strange interaction with Big. Ribbit. And suddenly meeting his hero, the irreplaceable and almighty goddess to be worshipped forever and ever, Pippa Funnel. Ribbit. I said, shut the fuck up! Shadow had run out of patience. He picked up Froggy and threw him as far as he could off a cliff. Asshole! Shadow screamed. He sighed and pulled out his wallet. Thankfully, his CEX card was still in there. He could pop by on his way back home, pick up a copy of Pippa Funnel 2 Farm Adventures, and Tails would be none the wiser. He was annoyed, though. He'd been saving up his CEX points in order to cash in and buy a Sega 32X, but he didn't want to let Tails down. He would be the first one in the entire country to buy one. After all, in Shadow's mind, he was his best friend. Oh my!
No.
What a revelation. Maybe I should tell him that, Shadow queried to himself. Nah, I'm sure he already knows and doesn't torture himself hourly about the fact that although he seems to have many close friends by his side, he doesn't have one true best friend. And what if they don't really like him that much anyway and they're only pretending to be his friend for a big joke and they secretly all laugh behind his back? Nope, that's definitely not how anyone ever thinks, Shadow reasoned with himself. I feel like there's a traumatic story involved here, Shadow, somewhere. He took another quick look around, but no luck. The game was gone. Shadow sighed and ran to the CEX. Slap, slap, slap. Is that you? No indication of who this is, by the way, the readers.
Of course. Not yet, anyway. It'll become clear very soon.
Oh, I'm so glad you're here. Now, what's the secret password? And no, it isn't Robotnik6969 fuck me in the egg. I've changed it since last week. Oh, God. ... silence. Oh, right, I forgot you don't talk. Ah, fuck it. Come in, come in. Did you find it? Do you have it? A horrible spitting noise followed by a light clatter followed. Robotnik reached a hand down to touch the squelchy mess. Yes! Yes! Finally, I have it! It's mine! An unboxed version of Pippa Funnel 2 Farm Adventures, and I already have the strategy guide! Oh, and I couldn't have done it without you. Ribbit. End of chapter 5.
Sonic the Hedgehog, the fanfic, the podcast, chapter 6. Plan to Eradicate the Hedgehogs, as a Dragon Ball Z reference I don't expect you to get, is in reference to the animated short film Plan to Eradicate the Saiyans, which released in 2 parts in 1993, and also served as a video guide to the NES game, or rather, the Famicom video game. Dragon Ball Z side story, Plan to Eradicate the Saiyans. It's a bit of a mess, but it's fine as a curio. It was later remade with vastly modernised animation and a slightly rewritten story as Dragon Ball Z Plan to Eradicate the Super Saiyans, and was included in its entirety on Dragon Ball Raging Blast 2. Which released on the Xbox... Fuck you! Which released on the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 in 2010. Annoyingly, even this version did not receive a dub with English voices, which I think is a real shame, as the Dragon Ball dub is very strong and doesn't get enough credit for the quality of the voices and the excellent voice direction. Japan has actually had both of these films on DVD, and we fans in the West, once again, must go hungry. Actually, isn't that mad that the original version came out on the NES, not the SNES? Fucking hell. Super Famicom, if you prefer. In 1993, the SNES had been out for 3 years. I guess it speaks to the power and volume of the reinstall base of the NES in Japan that loyal Dragon Ball fans were all too happy to stick to that console. And let's not forget the Dragon Ball / Dragon Quest connection with Dragon Ball creator Akira Toriyama being Dragon Quest character designer for many years, and with Dragon Quest being a huge seller on the NES, I suppose on reflection it does make sense that those die-hard fans, the sort who would queue around the corner of a building to get the new Dragon Quest game upon release, and particularly those on the younger end of the spectrum in the early 1990s, video game era when younger players were a key demographic targeted particularly by Nintendo, may be reluctant or unable to switch, no pun intended, to a new console. Even with new and exciting Dragon Quest games on the horizon. Good for them. What the fuck, Kelsey?
Listen, it started, my fingers started and they couldn't stop. So that's the title of chapter 6.
Yes. That is, let's double check. That is 376 words, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, I sent Eddie a message saying that I might have escalated the chapter title arms race a little too far.
Well, I'm next. So.
It's only gonna get better. Listen, there is only one possible conclusion to this, and I'm just waiting to see which one of us does it.
Yes, me too. Oh dear. That's not going to fit in the title at all.
We'll never get that on iTunes.
Oh dear me. Robotnik was feeling pretty damn good right about now. And who could blame him? The next step of his master plan, which you'll recall his theme song clearly noted he was in possession of, had come to fruition. And the best of it was those fucking freedom fighter freak furry fannies had been none the wiser that he'd been aided by Big's Poliwag pal. Very good.
Yeah, very well.
Robotnik had always disliked Big because he had absolutely no reason to dislike him. Seriously, Big had never shown any real interest in stopping Robotnik's plans. He just wanted to chill out and fish, and that made him the big fat egg of a man ridiculously angry. How dare that dopey twat of a dozy cat ignore him? Why he order? But now, revenge would come to all who had ever crossed him. He chuckled a mirthsome murmur of a laugh, twiddling his moustache like an absolute wrong un. Jesus Christ. How was about that then? Finally, this plan would at last see him destroy Sonic the Hedgehog once and for all. Robotnik pressed a button on his desk and spoke into an intercom. Orbot! Cubot! Get your geometric behinds in here! In seconds, Robotnik's best and most likeable lackeys entered the room. Seriously, how did Sonic Team manage so long without these two absolute gems? I agree, they're the fucking
Absolutely.
best. Robotnik is henchmen in just about every adaptation of Sonic. How did Sega's most important development team miss the glaringly obvious? Ah well, they're worth the wait. These two are lads, and if you don't like them, then you're a wrong idiot. I completely agree.
It's all true.
How may we be of service, Doctor? Yes, tell us, oh great fucking hell. Yes, tell us, oh great bucket of fuck. Cubot squeaks. Jesus Christ. Orbot turned and looked at his pal confused. What? Robotnik sighed. For God's sake! He flipped open a panel on Cubot's head, pushed a loose connection back into place, and closed them up. Sorry about that, your roboticness. Cubot blinked. Robotnik ignored Cubot. I want you two to bear witness to this moment, in which I enact the next phase of my plan. What plan would that be, Doctor? Orbot asked, as if he didn't already know. My plan to be rid of Sonic the Hedgehog once and for all, of course. Robotnik laughed maniacally. Oh, of course. Orbot rolled his eyes as best as a robot without actual eyes can manage to do so. What's your tone for, you spherical sphincter? Well, first of all, you programmed me to be sassy, so whose fault was my tone? Orbot replied. And secondly, I'm not sure I have the confidence you do in your plan, Doctor. Cubot nodded. Yeah, I agree with Orbot, Dr. Robot Tits. Jesus Christ alive. He shook his head in a gear and sliced him back into place. Sorry. I think you'll find, boys, I have a tremendous track record!
Fucking hell. That was beautiful.
Thank you. It seemed right to do them.
Of course.
Oh yes, Orbot replied. Assuming you ignore when your plan failed in 1991, then twice more in 1991, twice in 1992, a record 8 times in 1993. That was in fucking open brackets for some reason. Just like muttering to fucking Cuba. That was empirically the best year for the franchise, close brackets. 5 2/3 times in 1994, 4 times in 1995, thrice in 1996. You lost the race in 1997 despite half the competitors being on foot and you being in a hovercraft. Then you failed again in 1998 and 1999. Took a year for the millennium, then made up for last time with back-to-back losses in 2001. Then a late entry in 2002, before getting handed 2 defeats in 2003, another in 2004, a minimum of 2 in 2005 depending on how you view time loops. Then in 2006 you initially lost 3 times, but it's one of those events deleted itself from history. I'll grant you it's only 2. Then you lost it at the Olympics and would you fucking shut the fucking fuck up? Robotnik bellowed. He'd had enough. Alright, so I've not got much in the win column, I'll grant you, but that tells me my luck is due to come in right about now. Or that you should go. Or that you should give up. Never! Fuck you! Rabbit. Oh, Froggy! Robotnik turned to look at the small amphibian. Where are my manners? I do apologise. Orbot, Cubot, Frogbot. Hey, just my little joke, Froggy. Take a look at this. Excellent, well done. Was that Sonic Heroes or Sonic Adventure? Take a look at this! Constantly. I was get a load of this.
Get a load of this!
Ha ha ha! Yes, well done. He pressed a button on a nearby surface and a panel on the floor slid open. From beneath the floor, a badnik rose up. Robotnik opened a control panel on the robot's back and a small slot was visible. You boys will no doubt no shit. My favourite band, no doubt. You boys will no doubt know it's no simple thing to get programming delivered to thousands of badniks. Global Wi-Fi is still somehow shit, so I must rely on physical options instead. Fucking hell. I used to use Sega Game Gear cartridges storage media, but those are now difficult to get hold of as they're mostly ended up in the hands of collectors who pay big moolah for them. Did you see that Shelby Incredibly Safe recently forked out for a box copy of Sonic Chaos with the manual? I'm sure he thinks his collection looks great, but I bet he won't be so happy when he dies alone thanks to his Sonic obsession, serving as a repellent to anyone with a personality.
How dare you.
That's not true. Robotnik suddenly developed a severe itch in... Fucking hell. Robotnik suddenly developed a severe itch in his ass, as if a hired power had taken offence to the comment and somehow wove it into life's narrative. And finding Game Gear games boxed with a manual isn't very common, and it isn't a waste of money, actually.
Yeah, you're right.
How much was the game of interest, if you care to disclose?
I think 23, boxed with manual.
That's not terrible at all.
It's pretty good for
I say it's pretty damn
1993.
good.
Yeah.
I say it's pretty damn fucking good.
I'm bloody happy with it, so I am.
Yeah.
Fuck you, Robotnik. Dickhead.
Robotnik continued, trying to push out a loud, dry air blast in an attempt to scratch the anal itch. Jesus Christ. But now, the perfect piece of proprietary storage media has been discovered. He held aloft the DS game. Behold, the Nintendo DS game cart. And this game is the key to it all. This is Pippa Funnel 2 Farm Adventures. And within its code is the secret to obliterating Sonic and his miserable friends. He clicked the game cart into the slot on the badnik, which whirred to life with the Nintendo DS startup sound. The badnik looked at Robotnik and spoke in a robotic voice. what with being a robot. Greetings, Master. Loading horse data. Horse data loaded. Excellent! Robotnik cooed predictably. Now this badnik has all the powers and abilities of... Fucking Christ. Now this badnik has all of the powers and abilities of Pipperfunnel. That is how it works. Don't bother checking. Shut up! Then we're going to use those powers to splatter that cunting hedgehog. And the best part is, he'll never see it coming. He thinks I died of COVID-19. Oh my god! Which is ridiculous, because COVID isn't even real anyway. And soon, neither will be Sonic the Hedgehog's prospects of living. For God's sake.
I'm sorry.
Why is it accurate, though? The IQ of like 400 or whatever, but he would be a fucking COVID denier. It just makes sense. Good lord.
Do you know what? Ever since chapter 1, I've been waiting for an opportunity to have Robotnik say COVID isn't real.
Knuckles sat bored. He felt a twinge of guilt and snapped out of his mood. It was his sacred duty to guard the Master Emerald. Boredom didn't come into it. He had to be the responsible one in Team Sonic. Goodness knows nobody else is going to be. Especially not Amy, but especially not Tails, and especially not Sonic. But, well, it had got increasingly difficult to lie to himself. The truth was, standing guard by the Emerald Shrine really was boring. Knuckles blamed Sonic. Life had been a lot easier before Sonic and Robotnik got him tangled up in their never-ending feud. See, before then, it was easy enough to just tune everything else out and stand in front of the Master Emerald. But since Sonic had introduced Knuckles to adventuring and friends and voice-stealing magic boxes, I forgot about that, fucking hell. Going back to how things used to be seemed dull. Maybe he just needed someone to talk to. If only he knew where that sexy lady came there with a big tooth and long pointy purple tail had gone. Is that fucking Lara Sue?
That's Fang from the last
Oh,
chapter.
of course! Oh, no, Lara Sue's his daughter, isn't it?
Yes, Julie Sue's his girlfriend in the comics.
Good. Julie's her mum's name, so we're not doing that.
There we go.
I refuse to write that myself.
Fair.
Tails has suggested setting up a security perimeter around the Emerald Shrine to allow Knuckles to wander off for a bit. But you know how ancient ruins are. As soon as you start setting up lasers and cameras, it gets a bit pricey. Knuckles has spoken to someone from the National Fucking hell! I love it when we just drop in a very British thing for absolutely no fucking reason. It's funny every time.
It just felt appropriate. I mean, like, who else would he speak to? You know? They'd know.
Knuckles has spoken to someone from the National Trust, but they weren't interested. English heritage was a non-starter as well. Oh, mainly to the fact that neither Knuckles nor the Emerald Shrine was English. They had asked him why he never bothered asking them, but when Knuckles became belligerent, they soothed him with a £4 bag of crisps that didn't quite taste right, and a bowl of soup that wasn't very filling from their current cafe. Oh no! Poor Knuckles.
I mean, hey, we've all had lovely days out at National Trust and English Heritage landmark sites, but the cafes are a bit shit, lads, I'm sorry.
They really are. They sure are. And I've just got a horrible idea of Knuckles using a food bank. I don't know why it's so funny to me. Jesus Christ.
What?
But Knuckles knew deep down there would come times he had no choice but to step away from the Master Emerald. Like right now, for instance. He really needed a wee. Jesus. Knuckles started gently hopping back and forth from one leg to the other. But all that did was shake his bladder up all the more like that time Sonic had shook a can of Schweppes lemonade. Why is it so specific? Like, this is... Generally, if you want to write a comedy, just make something specific. And it is infinitely funnier. I don't know the logic or science behind it, but instead of saying chocolate bar, say Kit Kat. It is always funnier, and it has no reason to be, but it just is.
I remember a conversation some time ago. I think we decided that a Lion Bar is the funniest chocolate because it's just why is it called a Lion Bar? What are you talking about?
It's also a fucking banging chocolate. I love a Lion Bar.
Oh, there we go.
Knuckles started gently hopping back and forth from one leg to the other, but all that did was shake his bladder up all the more like at times Sonic had shook a can of Schweppes lemonade up at super speed and gave it to Charmy, only for the poor bee to find himself launched 300 yards backwards by the erupting fizzy pop. Knuckles tried crossing his legs tightly. He was a grown adult. All that did was squash his balls. Jesus Christ. Which didn't help any. Knuckles tried to remember the advice he was given by his father. Then he remembered he'd grown up alone and had no recollection of his father, who isn't canon, so that was no use whatsoever. What? Fucking hell. Ah. There was nothing for it. The Emerald Shrine was near the edge of the island. He could dash across, peer over the edge, be back before anyone knew it. Right? Knuckles ran hurriedly down the stairs. He became only more intensely aware of his problem as his feet pounded down the ancient zone steps. Why did he move the Emerald Shrine outside? It was fine in the Hidden Palace Zone. There were en-suite facilities in there too, but no. He wanted the weather and the view. What a fool he'd been. I always preferred the Hidden Palace aesthetic to just being outside.
Yeah, it seems very out of nowhere. And, like, to me, it seems strange as well that, okay, this incredibly valuable jewel has been stolen by Robotnik. Better put it out in the elements where he can just swoop in and grab it.
It's silly. Glancing back over his shoulder at the Master Emerald, which is only about 30 feet behind him, not even remotely out of view, Knuckles reached the edge of the angelic floating Angel Island. See, I caught it both at the same time, so nobody can be mad at me. It's definitely Angel Island.
In my heart of hearts, it will always be the floating island.
Interesting.
But I acquiesce, it's Angel Island.
It was Angel Island in the game, I think.
The thing that always confused me with it is the first level is the Angel Island zone, so wouldn't the whole island be the Angel Island zone?
That's interesting. Yes, that makes sense, I guess.
It's deeply confusing.
Thanks, Sonic, you dick. Squinting side to side, to be doubly sure nobody was there, he let loose a lovely leak over the side of the island, and groaned a sigh of pure relief. He'd been holding that in for 3 hours. Knuckles turned back. Hey, Knuckles! Knuckles damn near jumped out of his skin. Aha. Tails! When did you get here? Oh, a few minutes... No, I'm sick. I can do the voice really well, by the way. I'll be sick every recording. Oh, a few minutes ago! I was just stood directly behind you and out of your field of vision this whole entire time. What? Knuckles was baffled. What the... What? You should drink more water. That way was dangerously yellow. You'll get a kidney infection if you're not careful. I don't... Knuckles stopped himself and raised his hands, cutting himself off. There was no point in getting into this conversation. Not again. Tails had received a DK Ultimate Guide to Urology book for his... Fuck, why? The DK Ultimate Guide to Urology book for his birthday from Amy, and it backfired on the rest of the Team Sonic spectacularly as he spent the next 4 months lecturing them about proper hydration. By the way, Tails continued, did you pay attention to where you were whizzing just now? Only, the island's directly above Station Square. Oh, shitting fuck! Knuckles shook his head. It's such an outrageous explanation. Oh, I'm sure it's fine. There's no need to worry. It'll probably just dissipate in the air. Down below in Station Square, the love-struck girl with pints of burger shop employee was finally building up the courage. Today was the day to talk to the object of her affections. God, it was hard to pluck up the strength to talk to someone you like. Fear of rejection is horrid, crippling even. But no, she wasted enough time. It was at last the day to move into action. She was going to tell the minimum wage object of her affections how she felt. And maybe he'd feel the same. And you know what? If he didn't, that was okay too. Because this was no way to live. She couldn't keep doing this to herself. Her heart hurt just thinking about the anguish she'd put herself through. And for what? To keep feeling foolish that she'd never just taken that chance? No. She wouldn't let him slip through her fingers. Not any longer. No, sir. Nothing was going to stop her now. Right, Bubsy. Why, if the heavens... Fucking hell. If the heavens opened up and rain fell down with furious anger onto her, her spirits couldn't be dampened. No way! This was the time. Not even a freak accident of a circus that could change her course or her mind at this point. She was going to do it! Go on, love! You got this! 2 feet to her left, a litre of piss fell from the sky and landed directly on Silver the Hedgehog. Oh my god! He screamed a grief-stricken cry. Maybe she tried tomorrow. Poor Silver.
I don't know what it was, but like very early on, I was like, what happens when Knuckles needs a wee? And then it just escalated from there.
Genuinely, I was going to write something similar. Where he's just like, oh, I need a wee and I can't stay here. And then he just like, I was probably going to do him pissing on the Emerald. And people were like, what the fuck are you doing? But I'm glad we have the same mind. So, Knuckles began. What brings you to my island, Tails? And also, get off my island. Tails bowed his head low. And may your claps be blessed, brother. Get off my island was, of course, the traditional Echidna greeting. and Tails had been truly honoured. Is that true?
It is now.
Okay, fine. Again, I can never fucking tell with Sonic. That's the great thing about you knowing so much Sonic stuff and me knowing like a handful mostly from the games. Is like, is this canon? Because it could fucking be.
The beauty of it is I can just fucking lie and you wouldn't know.
No. Jesus. Knuckles, we got a situation! The fox continued, brandishing his tiny little Knuckles doll and then placing it gently atop the Master Emerald. I'll explain along the way. There's no time to lose. We have to go pick Amy up. Where's Sonic? Come on, I'll fill you in. Tails hopped into his go-kart. Oh, good. I'm glad he built it. That's nice. Whoa, badass! Knuckles beamed. Correct! Knuckles jumped to the back of the car and Tails made the horn go beep beep. Oh, it's so cute, bless him. He doesn't have to at all. Tails made the horn go beep beep as it whizzed off at an impressive 12 miles per hour, driven by miles per hour. Only 12 miles, Tails, come on. I like the idea that in this case Knuckles is like around the corner from his house. For God's sake! Jet the Hawk. I almost wrote fucking a Jack the Hawk chapter. That was going to be my thing next time. I'm so mad.
Well, I mean, maybe you'll have an opportunity.
I saw a thing and it was like, oh, like forgotten and loved Sonic characters, and Jet was there, and I was like, no one likes Jet the fucking Hawk.
You're right.
Jet the Hawk with Bells of Holly. That'll be our Christmas episode.
Yes!
Jet the Hawk kicked the soles of his shoe against the wall. I am bored as fucking fuck! Fucking hell. Is Wave the
Wave's
yes,
the girl one,
yes. Wave the Swallow growled at him. Jet, we heard you the first 18 times, alright? Pick something to do then, would you? Well, we've watched all the DVDs and you rinsed us both at poker. Storm the Albatross butted in.
Well, you shouldn't have asked for it to be strip poker, Jet. Wave wears more clothes than both of us because she's a girl.
That's how Sonic character design works. Girl means
Very
clothes.
The point is, leader of the Babylon Rogues cut him off. I am fucking bored, and if I don't get some excitement in my life, I'm gonna shoot myself in the face! You're so fucking dramatic, Wave yelled. Grow up, you big green bean! There's the wonderful comedy irony of telling someone to grow up and then calling them a big green bean. It's lovely comedy irony. A good bit of comedy theory there for you.
Thank you.
Maybe we should go and search in the Babylon Garden,
Storm suggested. No, dude! Jet replied, exacerbated. We already did that! Like they just forgot. I think it was the plot of 3 separate games even! Even Sonic Team are sick of that one. We need to do something new. Well, fucking hell. What a shit. How about we go and buy a new DVD? It's the best they have. My God, that's brilliant! Jet the Hawk, Jet the Squawks, fuck you. My God, that's brilliant! Jet the Hawk, Jet the Squawked. We'll go down to Mobius and go to the HMV! Wave seethed silently. She told her mum she was going to grow up and be a brilliant physicist. How'd she get trapped on an airship with these absolute dinlos? I've not heard of dinlo in a long time.
It's a great word.
I sure do like HMV, Jet.
Storm smiled.
I was thinking to myself last time I visited a couple of years ago, I'm glad.
Oh no.
I was thinking to myself last time I visited a couple of years ago, I'm glad it's not just become another shop full of wall-to-wall Funko Pops and ironic shit t-shirts.
Also called EGX this year.
Oh dear.
Cunt. Absolutely fucking awful. If that happened, I think I'd lose my fucking mind to go on a big rampage, said Jet foreshadowingly. That moment, the time meter punched through the air in front of the 3 of them and grabbed them, pulling them into white space. Didn't see that coming, did you? To be continued in Sonic's X Shadow, X Silver, X Chris Thorndyke, X Charmy, X Jet Generations, releasing September 2076. End of Chapter 6.
Sonic the Hedgehog, the fanfic, the podcast. Chapter 7. 7, eh? That's the number of emeralds what we have in Sonic the Hedgehog. More specifically, Sonic the Hedgehog 2, Sonic the Hedgehog 3, Sonic & Knuckles, Sonic 3D Blast, Sonic R, Sonic Adventure 2, Sonic Advance 2, Sonic Pinball Party, Sonic Battle, Sonic Advance 3, Shadow the Hedgehog, Sonic Riders, Sonic the Hedgehog 2006, Sonic Rivals 2, Sonic Unleashed, Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode 1, Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode 2, Sonic Colors, Sonic Generations, Sonic Lost World, Sonic Mania, Sonic Forces, Sonic Frontiers, and Sonic Superstars. Weirdly, there were only 6 emeralds in Sonic the Hedgehog. Oh no. Sonic Chaos, Sonic Drift 2, Sonic Triple Trouble, Tails Adventure, Sonic Labyrinth, and Sonic Pocket Adventure. Bizarrely, there were 8 emeralds in Sonic the Fighters for some reason, and of course, technically, there's 14 emeralds in Sonic 3 and Knuckles, and you could also argue there are 14 emeralds in Sonic 4 if you count episodes 1 and 2 as one whole game. Fucking hell, I've just googled, and there's apparently 14 emeralds in Sonic Rush. That's mental, lads. That's far too many emeralds. Although, before anyone gets mad, I know that Blaze gets the Soul Emeralds and Sonic gets the Chaos Emeralds. Alright, I'm not that much of an idiot. I think it's safe to say there's 7 Chaos Emeralds in Sonic Rush, and additionally 7 Soul Emeralds, alright? There's 16 in Sonic Spinball, which sounds insane when you consider that it's just a silly but very challenging pinball game, and the emeralds don't really serve much of a purpose there. Just a thing to collect in order to fight the boss, which is a scorpion or a big TV with heads inside or some shit like that. It gets a bit complicated with Sonic Heroes, because there's either 7 Chaos Emeralds to collect, which you can spread between the different teams, those of course being Team Sonic, Team Dark, Team Rose, and Team Chaotix. But if you were to get each of the 7 emeralds for every team, that would be a total of 28 Chaos Emeralds, which seems extremely overpowered, even for Super Sonic. And honestly, why is it just Sonic, Shadow, and Silver that one time who turned Super when we know Tails and Knuckles can do it too? And you can't even argue that it's just a Hedgehog thing, because as far as I know, Amy has never turned Super. Sorry, so long. Which comes
from the beginning.
Oh, here we go. Chapter 7. And you can't even argue it's just a Hedgehog thing, because as far as I know, Amy has never turned Super, which, considering, is probably for the best, but I don't know. It just feels like the Chaos Emeralds have been simultaneously fleshed out to fuck, but also completely forgotten about in terms of Sonic the Hedgehog universe. Despite this, they won't feature in this chapter. Fuck you.
There you go. That's 7 to 7.
Fine. Well, I get the last laugh because Amy has turned Super once. So
has she? Damn it.
Yes. She can turn Super in Superstars.
Oh, that's good. I'm glad she can. Nice.
But I'll forgive you for that one because that is a new one.
I haven't played it actually, annoyingly.
Oh, there you go. Well, Amy, Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles can turn Super, and Trip can turn into a big fucking dragon, and that's kind of cool.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, she don't fuck around. Shall we begin?
I think so.
Okay. I'm gonna have to, just have to take a little drink now. I've dried my entire body out reading that.
Yeah.
Okay. The air was still and quiet. Wherever your eyes looked, complete whiteness. But it's a good thing Amy wasn't here. Jet was the first to awaken after being sucked into a time dimension or some bollocks by the Time Eater. Wave! Storm! Get up! Jet yelled. That's a little bit Paul Heyman, sorry. Trying to hide the fear in his feathery face. Where was he? He looked down at Storm, who was the comedy character in their trio because he has a deep voice and is also very large. He glanced over at Wave, who had no characteristics at all because she's just a girl character in a 2006 Sonic the Hedgehog video game. Wake up! He screamed louder, giving Storm a gentle kick in the cloaca. Oh, Storm whimpered, scrambling to his feet, trying not to trip over his own big, stupid arse. Where are we, Wave? Wave folded her arms and leant slightly to the left. Yep, that'll do for her. Just then, a very shadowed, un-hedgehog-like location appeared in front of them, almost inviting them inside. Jet looked over at Wave, who nodded, and looked over at Storm, who nodded, and looked over his shoulder at nobody because there's only fucking 3 of them, this stupid bell end, and they walked inside. Ooh. Back on Mobius, Espio was returning to Chaotix HQ. He opened the door to the crammed, messy office space and was happy to see no one was inside. Actually, hang on. Charmy, are you asleep again? Silence. Phew. He could relax. He'd just been discharged from the hospital after a very unfortunate meeting with a couple of lads who had, rightfully so, battered the ever-loving shit out of him for trying to spy on women in a changing room. He'd managed to pay off the Mobius Times to not print that story, thank you, but it meant that once again, the Chaotix Detective Agency was completely on its arse broke. All SBO needed right now was a quiet room, a strong coffee, and a lonely wank in the office. All would be well, he thought. Until... Ring, 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 ring. Ugh, he scowled to himself. He hadn't even gotten a chance to whip his knob out. This better be important. He picked up the phone. Oh dear, I've just seen the next line. Chaotix Detective Agency, SBO speaking, how can we help?
Bro, I fucked up!
Vector? SBO spluttered. What the fuck could he want?
Bro, you gotta come quick and bring Charmy. Bring an ambulance. Bring something.
Slow down, take a deep breath and tell me what's happened. Vector was shitting. No, he wasn't. He might have been, but that is not what is written here. Vector was sweating bullets. Gene Simmons was crying in the corner, unable to cope with what had just happened. He's still there. Vector, still clutching the phone to his head, ran to the window and looked outside. It was such a lovely day. The sun was shining, complemented by a gentle breeze that made the leaves sink with the wind. Cream was skipping around an old peach tree, pulling fruit from its home in order to bake a lovely pie, no doubt. Cheese was trying his best to grab a particularly tricky piece of fruit, but couldn't quite grasp it with his tiny hands. Eventually, he pulled so hard, the peach finally snapped off, and poor Cheese went tumbling into the grass below. But hurrah! He popped his head up and signalled that he was okay. Oh, how Cream laughed. Silly old Cheese. She caught sight of Vector in the window and waved merrily at him. He smiled and waved back, before turning away from the window. She's fucking dead! Hang on, what? SPO's voice roared down the phone. Fucking hell. Vanilla, Vector glanced over at the blank bunny. Her eyes drifted to the side, no longer taking in anything. She must have died from exhaustion. SBO pinched the bridge of his horn. Ouch, he forgot it was bandaged. All right, well, we have a small problem. You don't think I don't fucking know that? Vector hissed, trying to keep his voice down so poor Cream wouldn't hear. I fucked her to death! SBO glanced sadly down at his own crotch. Guess there'll be no wank today. How? And spare me some details, but how did this happen? You two are always together. Last time we all went for a harvester breakfast, Vanilla said that you fit together like skin on a sausage. Yeah, well... Vector seemed sheepish for the first time in his life. Presumably because he's usually crocodile-ish.
Hey!
You know how we've always been looking in new ways to be... intimate? SBO sighed. He didn't like where this was going. Yeah, I do. And Vanilla said that she wanted me to find new ways to explore the gateway to her guts. SBO and I retched. Nope, you've ruined it. I'm not helping. Fuck you. He was about to put the phone down before he remembered he had to tell Vector something. We don't have any rings left anyway. They got, stolen. Yep, stolen. I didn't need to pay off another tabloid due to another embarrassing sex scandal. Nope. You'll have to get 100 rings some other way, or, I don't know, find some way to clone her or something. Haha, fuck you. He hung up the phone before screaming, fuck, at it in frustration. What in the goddamn... Jesus.
Yeah.
Vector threw the phone against the wall. Shit, he thought to himself. If we don't have any rings left, what the fuck am I gonna do? Oh god, this day can't get any worse. The door creaked open slightly and two floppy ears poked inside. Mr. Vector? Mom?
Dinner will be ready in a few minutes. I'll go set the table now. I've made your favourite, Mr. Vector, beef bourguignon, braised in a red wine jus with honey roasted carrots, pearl onions, and chicken fingies. Also, there's peach pie for dessert.
The door closed as Cream hummed happily to herself. Gene Simmons got up, opened the window, jumped out, and was never seen again. I would like to take a moment to pause.
Of course.
So we can take this in, and
Yes.
so I can ask you the question, why? what happened?
Vanilla died.
Eddie,
Yeah.
this took a doctor.
It sure did. But,
Oh, no. Oh, how are you going to break the news to Cream?
Well.
Oh, no.
I can't say too much till the chapter's over, I'm afraid.
Oh, no. Shadow the Hedgehog put on his face mask. He wasn't worried about germs or anything. It's just that he knew he had to go into CEX. Sorry. No, very specific wording here. He knew he had to go into the CEX. That is a very British thing.
Yes.
I'm going to the Tesco.
100%. Going to the Sainsbury's. And then big Tesco, big Sainsbury's.
Big Tesco. It's just that he knew he had to go into the CEX, and quite frankly, always fucking stank in there. The smell of BO and 0 hours contracts. It is a shame. CX, by the way, great little chain of shops there.
Yeah.
But hey, maybe pay your employees, you tax dodging fuckers.
I agree. Cunts.
He tucked the straps of his mighty number 9 face mask behind his ears, took a deep breath, and walked inside. Now, did Shadow get that custom made, or was that a backer's bonus backing the Kickstarter?
For Shadow, I definitely think Kickstarter. He really wanted to get ahead of the curve.
So he got given a face mask because the 3DS version never came out, presumably.
Yes, I would hope so.
Immediately, the smell hit him. He tried hard not to be sick. The smell was so rotten that a weekend sleepover in the chemical plant zone sounded like an actual dream in comparison. He squinted, the smell somehow pouring into his eyes, looking around for the Nintendo DS section. He spotted a bay labelled Retro and resigned himself to the fact that he was now an old bastard. You have captured the CEX experience perfectly.
Yeah.
It's miserable. Do you ever get that, though, when you like walking through like a place like CEX or something like that, and you're like, what are you talking about? The PlayStation 3 is not retro. Oh, God!
That's literally what happened to me looking for the Ratchet and Clank. Not Cracking Time. The one after Cracking Time. I was looking for it, and it was in PS3. It was in retro, and I was like, I mean, I guess.
As he trudged on over, he heard a familiar voice behind him as the door opened, briefly granting him a quick blast of fresh air. "Fuck me, it stinks like shite in here!" Robotnik roared. "Cubot, take the keys to the Eggmobile and move it! I've parked on double yellows like an absolute fucking twat, but I saw the pissing traffic warden walking outside the Weatherspoons just now, and I can't afford another fucking ticket." "Yes, sir, you cunt!" "We really need to get you fixed." He glanced his mustachioed head over the counter. I'm now getting a really vivid image of my CX, because there is a Weatherspoons visually in the distance of it.
Excellent
so it's like
stuff.
literally around the corner, and also a no parking zone.
It just made sense to me.
Have you been spying on me by any chance?
No.
That was a little shifty there. Shadow, quick as Shadow, hid behind a stack of DVDs. Peering through Peep Show, he watched Robotnik march up to the counter. Fucking hell. "Ding dong!" he bellowed, to the bemusement of everyone else in the shop.
I just like the idea of Robotnik being like completely socially unaware of every interaction possible. Like a big boisterous Tory.
Do you know what, though? Having worked in retail, people do that when they're trying to get your attention. Like
Lots of finger clicking.
Yeah, whenever I had to go in the back to like get stuff to fill up the shelves or anything, you just get ding, Shut up. If I wanted an annoying dinging sound, I'd put a bell on the counter. I don't
Honestly.
need you to do the worst imitation of a big bell. Oh, actually, having said that, maybe it comes natural to someone. One of the clerks turned around and stared at Robotnik. She was different looking. An anthropomorphic bat with white fur, turquoise green eyes with 2 large eyelashes on each one, tan skin, large pointy ears, small fangs, a small black nose on her muzzle, a short pointy tail, and a pair of dark purple wings on her back. She also had massive twatting bat tits and, curiously, a big thick moustache which seemed to slide off her face constantly. She spoke with a voice that didn't quite seem like her own. "You alright, love? What can I get ya?" "Hello there." He lowered his glasses slightly, trying hard to read the name tag and not just stare at her ridiculous bat breasts. "Bluge the Blat?" Shadow face-palmed quietly. What a dumb name, he thought to himself, whipping out his phone and sending a quick text to Rouge, which read, "OMG, Lamau, you would not believe this name I heard in sex earlier, Ruffle Mao," followed by another text which read, "CEX, goddamn autocorrect, Lamau." Definitely unrelated, a phone buzzed in the back pocket of Bluge the Blat. She ignored it. She was at work and a bloody professional. Hey, she would be the only CEX employee to not be constantly on her phone.
Very true.
She smiled politely, waiting for this definite stranger to continue. "I was wondering, do you perhaps have a copy of fucking hell, Eddie? Do you perhaps have a copy of Sabrina the Teenage Witch, A Twitch in Time for the PlayStation?" She stuttered in her thick Scouse accent. "I'm not sure, love. Let me double check for yous." With apologies to everyone from Liverpool. "Splendid!" Robotnik clapped his clammy hands together. "I'm working on a video game myself, you see." "All right," Bluge the Blat blathered unbothered. Fuck me. Try saying that 10 times fast. She was used to weird, eggy men flirting with her. "You see, I'm gathering every single video game I can get my sausage-fingered fucking hands on, transporting the data into my robots, and then I'm going to buy those little ping-pong ball green screen suits, you see, and then, this is the genius part, with modern-day motion capture software, I will have all my robots fight each other using data from every single video game ever created, and then, with the motion capture recorded, I will be able to create the ultimate Smash Brothers clone and sell it on eBay for millions. It is free to sell on eBay now, you know." Somehow, the formatting on this put Smash Bros on the next line, so that fucking walloped me as I read down.
Excellent. It's, as soon as I read the chapter of you being like, "Oh, you put in the games on the robots," my brain just went Smash Bros. I was like, I have to just force it in this direction now before something else happens.
Oh my god. "Oh yeah. Oh god, I can't do these accents. Sounds nice like." Bluge the Blat deflected, peering under the counter, looking for Sabrina and definitely not being a spy. "Yes, and then I will challenge Sonic to a match and watch him become overwhelmed with character choice. And then when he finally panics and picks a player, I will have already learnt all of the combos for Glover and will destroy him." "Sounds good, yeah. Here, I found Sabrina for you." "Fantastic. How much is that?" Hold on, let me check." "Oh, yes, fine." He rolled his eyes over at the gerbil stood next to him as if to say, "Typical fucking CEX, am I right?" Bluge the Blat looked up at Robotnik and said, "That'll be 11,000 rings, please." Fucking hell. The Babylon rogues screamed as they flailed their arms in the air, falling through a seemingly endless pit of nothing. At last, a bright light enveloped them and unceremoniously spat them out onto a hardwood floor. A long hallway littered with blank beige doors, wallpaper peelings and paint chips scattered around the floor. The stench of sadness and hope hung around every crevice. Ooh, that's poetic. Bloody hell, Eddie.
It sure is.
Behind the door to their immediate left, a voice could be heard. Chatting away animatedly, somewhat breaking through this depressing picture. Jet opened the door, and the three walked inside. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, yes.
Anyway, so it's not that I don't like the wisps, and I definitely don't hate them. Some of my best friends are wisps. The fact of the matter is, I just don't see colours.
Round of applause, if you please.
And I'm actually offended that people will go as far as to say I'm the one causing a problem here. If you don't like my opinions, you can just move, right? Hedgehogs were here first anyway. Jesus. Except for Shadow, but, I mean, I don't even know if he's a real hedgehog, you know. Fucking hell.
Is he an alien? Is he a clone?
Well, all
Is
right,
he
I'll
a
grant
hedgehog?
you. I'll grant
Is he
you.
just black and Amy's racist?
Yes, that the thought did occur.
It's actually quite upsetting that people get him and Sonic confused all the time, as if, like, the most famous example of that isn't her doing that.
Oh.
As if they're saying all hedgehogs look the same. You understand that, don't you, Cheese?
Amy gestured towards a Chow sitting in the chair opposite her, holding a clipboard. She paused for a few seconds and then sat down. The Chow stood up and cleared their throat.
It's Omo Chow, Amy, but we're not here to discuss me. Your friends have been worried about you. Your behaviour over the last few months has been concerning.
Amy scoffed.
Give me one example. These two have very similar voices.
They do.
Give me one example.
18 hands immediately raised, including Jet's. Omo Chow spotted the trio for the first time.
Oh, some latecomers. Hello, welcome to Amy's intervention. Wait, what? Amy shrieked. I thought this was an Ann Summers party.
Fucking hellfire. Oh my god. Sally Acorn frowned. How the fuck could you possibly think this was a... Bunny raised a hand to stop Sally.
It's because she thinks all rabbits are as horny as vanilla. That's why she keeps touching my arm without asking and trying to find the on switch.
Everyone tutted and scowled at Amy.
Oh, come on. The expression they went at it like rabbits is there for a reason.
A loud, angry murmur filled the room as everyone collectively lost their minds. Jet stepped forward and spoke up.
Amy, every time we meet up in the annual Christmas party, you ask me how my brother is doing.
And what's wrong with that?
Amy screamed defensively. Big Bird is not my brother. Well, I don't know. It's not always easy to tell a flicky from a finch. I'm neither.
Jet fired back. He looked over to his compatriots for support. Storm was gawping at Amy, huge love hearts appearing in his eyes, and his beak as open as Sonic's ass after a chili dog chow down. Wave had her arms folded and was leaning slightly to the left against the wall. Amy stood up from her chair and then picked up her hammer.
Well, I don't have to actually be here then. Legally, you can't keep me here. I know my rights.
She goose marched out of the room, smashing chairs up as she strode off, and didn't look back. A silence filled the space as everyone began to clean up before Jet said,
So, does anyone know how to get to the HMV?
They were immediately swallowed up again by the time eater. Nobody noticed. Oh, fucking hell. Oh my god, right, Jesus. Eddie, that was incredible.
I was very, very happy with that one. Also, it needed to be in there because otherwise it was just a very depressing episode.
Oh dear. Shadow held in a gasp. This game, it sounded incredible? Looks like Tails had it all wrong, as usual. Shadow's mind wandered. If he could play this game first, then he'd have the upper hand on Big, and then he could beat it before he does, and then he will truly be the ultimate life form. Shadow, desperate to do something cool, picked up a child and kick-flicked it over to the retro section. He snagged an empty Pepper Funnel 2 Farm Adventures case, eyed up a copy of Dr. Kawashima's Brain Training, How Old Is Your Brain, and thought he'd treat himself. It's a good game.
I never played it, but I know it was massive for a while and then just suddenly went away forever.
Just disappeared. It's very strange, isn't it?
Bizarre.
I tangentially, I do remember NGC magazine actually spoke to, I think, a professor from Oxford, I believe.
Oh.
They were talking about, how brain training is designed to activate your frontal lobe and, sort of help you thinking. And the professor was like, yeah, technically, most things do that. Falling over on the pavement would activate your frontal lobe. And mysteriously, the brain training games went away not long after that.
That's a shame.
So I'm not saying it was NGC magazine's fault, but it definitely was. Back at the counter, Robotnik was fumbling in his pockets. Bloody sorry about this. I don't usually carry rings anymore. Hold on, will this do? Bluge the Blat's eyes widened. That's a gun? What? Robotnik blushed and looked down at his hand. A revolver. Sorry, this is one of Robotnik's gadgets, so it had to be called something stupid as shit like egg-olver, despite the pun not working whatsoever. Robotnik's moustache twitched with embarrassment. Oops, so it is. Let me just put that back in my pocket. Bang! Screams filled the CEX as Bluge the Blat fell with a heavy thud behind the counter. A bullet blasted between her bounce house blouse bosom. Fucking hell! Robotnik panicked. Not again! Grabbed his new copy of Sabrina the Teenage Witch, A Twitch in Time, and Naruto ran out of the shop.
He does Naruto run.
Do you know, now that you mentioned it, yes. Shadow stared, watching the whole thing unfold before him. How the hell was he going to get a copy of Pippa Funnel 2 Farm Adventures now? His phone buzzed. A text read, OMG, what was it? Sorry, I can't meet for coffee tomorrow. I'm doing a double shift at Debenhams because Vanilla's no-showed again and she's about to get fired. Lamau. Did you know I'm an international jewel thief? Rouge, kiss. End of chapter 7.
Sonic the Hedgehog, the fanfic of the podcast, Chapter 8, Dog.
There we go.
There we go, thank you. God damn it.
That's how you de-escalate a war, everybody.
There we go.
Before we get into it, I would like to say this is actually kind of a sneaky reference to something that happened on one of the Sonic comics.
Ooh.
One of the writers got told off by the editor for using story titles that were too long, so he began submitting one-word titles, including dog.
He would have hated us.
They would have been absolutely fuming.
Oh my god.
So the legacy of the petty arguments on Sonic the Comic lives on. Alrighty, take it away, man.
Chapter 8, Dog. Ben Mutsky tapped his pen both nervously and idly against his arm. What was he going to do? If Sonic were here... That's a fucking good point, isn't it? If Sonic were here, this would all be sorted out, no problem. But Sonic wasn't here, that's fucking for true.
Again.
But Sonic wasn't here. No, best not to worry about that. Sonic couldn't be everywhere after all. He was fast, but he wasn't omnipotent. The thought of an omnipotent Sonic gave Ben pause like dog paws. If his friend had those kind of powers, what kind of mad stuff would he do? Chili dog rain and double... Fuck, why?! Such a random second thing to have. Chili dog rain and double PE on Fridays. Okay,
Yeah, he's one of the sporty kids, isn't he?
another comedy thing. Having it specifically be a Friday is very funny. There's no real reason for it, but it works better than Tuesday for some reason.
Better than mine.
What kind of mad stuff would he do? Chili dog rain and double PE on Fridays? Well, Ben wasn't very athletic, and he didn't like the idea of steaming hot chili dropping into his eye from on high. Thank you very much. I love that. No. The smart thing to do right now is wait for Uncle Chuck to get back to his lab. Good old Uncle Chuck. When Sonic had first met him, everyone had joked how the two must be related. How many blue hedgehogs were there after all? But, no. Genius inventor, philanthropist, restaurateur, and award-winning mustache haver, Sir... What is this? What? I know there's a canon, but why is this canon?
I mean, tell me when I'm telling lies.
Exactly. Fuck me. Stupid Sonic the Hedgehog. But no, genius inventor, philanthropist, restaurateur, and award-winning mustache haver Sir Charles Hedgehog just happened to be a blue hedgehog.
I mean, that's nominative determinism at its finest, isn't it?
That is what the man from Sega had ordered everyone to say after all that legal nastiness, and that is, therefore, what was agreed upon. Oh dear. Uncle Chuck had instead gotten his nickname for his kindly nature as someone who reminded you of your uncle. A friendly uncle, obviously, the kind who wanted to take you to Alton Towers for a day or who would let you order whatever you liked at Pizza Hut. Not the kind who would lock you in the cellar. Jesus Christ. Not the kind who would lock you in the cellar and throw wet sponges at you, then go away to prison for several years before coming back heavily sedated, but less of a threat to society at large. A nice uncle. So, everyone had decided Chuck was Uncle to everyone. Hence his nickname. We have to stress this because we might get sued otherwise, and we're already going to be on thin ice by the time this chapter is through. Just fucking hell. Just hedgehogging our bets, haha. Fucking Christ alive.
I'm proud of that. I'm so proud of that.
I'm glad the first 3 paragraphs are the legal stuff you have to get through.
Of course. Well, we don't want to get in trouble now, do we?
Ben paced the room. He turned at the sound of the door opening behind him.
Ben, my boy, are you in here?
The kindly old voice of Uncle Chuck called out.
Oh, hey, Chuck! Yeah, it's me!
The young dog replied, his voice betraying how anxious he was feeling. This was worse than the time he'd eaten that Mars bar without realising he was a dog. Fucking Christ! This was worse than the time he'd eaten that Mars bar without realising he was a dog and almost coughed up his digestive system. I thought he'd forgotten Chuck's voice.
You sound worried, lad. Don't be.
Chuck placed a reassuring arm on Ben's shoulder. Not in a creepy way, but really must stress. It was friendly. Don't be so weird all the time, would you? Ben smiled. Uncle Chuck had a way of making everyone feel that bit better. But this was a dire situation for sure. Though he was willing to believe things might turn out okay, his stomach was still doing loops. Not unlike the time he'd taken a ride on Techno the Canaries. Who is that?
She's a genius inventor and a little bit wacky in the head.
Of course. Not unlike a time he took a ride on Techno the Canaries' hybrid roller coaster coffee maker and got sprayed in the face of boiling hot Kenko on the corkscrew. Fucking hell. Startling himself so much he wet himself in front of the girl he likes. Why is that a recurring thing? Just being girls he likes in this fucking chapter. That was the second worst birthday ever. Oh. Christ.
See, what I found with Techno over the years, if you're writing a story with Techno the Canary in it, and she's invented something, it's got to be something that's really cool and useful, but it has to do something fucking stupid and unrelated as well.
Of course, that makes sense.
Have you had time to work out a solution to our problem?
Ben asked the elder hedgehog.
I'm still working on it, I'm afraid.
But we only have until...
I know.
Chuck lowered his head and gently shook it somberly.
Yes, I know.
Uncle Chuck, this is real bad news.
Ben fidgeted with his neckerchief.
If we can't find a 4th member to join our... What?
What the fuck? I did not expect this at all! For fuck's sake!
This might have been inspired by recent events.
Oh, I am changing Uncle Chuck's fucking voice in a second.
Holy shit.
Uncle Chuck, this is real bad news.
Ben fidgeted with his neckerchief.
If we can't find a 4th member to join our War Games team, we're done for.
Oh, you stole my job. I was going to do William Wheeler's voice, but I've just seen the next line. Never mind, his voice is staying the same.
Yes, I'm afraid I've spoken to William Beagle,
And he says if he can't find a 4th member, the match will have to go ahead in a 3-on-4 situation. Today was the annual fucking hell. Today was the annual Scrappers. What is this chapter? This is not what I expected at all. Today was the annual Scrapper Sequence pay-per-view event, in which teams of 4 Strower to devour. Fucking hell. The Lads War Games match was set to be the main event, and Ben and Uncle Chuck were teaming with Rotor against Mechasonic, Metal Sonic, Metal Knuckles, and Tails Doll. It didn't really make much sense to why a trio of inventors, one not far off collecting a pension, one with a dodgy back, and one a small, chipper puppy, have decided to fight a team of robots designed only to kill, but wrestling doesn't have to make much sense, so shut up!
That's true.
It's very, very true. We need a real heavy hitter, Ben declared. Why don't we ask Geoffrey St. John? He used to be in the army. Uncle Chuck shook his head.
I'm afraid Geoffrey St. John is not going to be available.
Oh, Ben replied, dejected. Is he off on a secret mission?
No, he's currently serving an extended prison sentence for being a 56-year-old wrong'un who tried to neck it off with the underage Princess Sally, which probably wasn't very clever of him if you ask me.
Is this canon?
Well, it never happened on the page, but if you listen to the word of the writer, it gets a little bit gross.
Oh dear.
Well, he did kiss her, actually. Yeah, it's weird.
Good.
Why did you write that, Ken? What were you thinking? That's not right.
Is that our boy Ken Lender, whatever his fucking name is?
Ken Penders.
Yeah.
King Ken to his friends.
King Cunt. Fuck you. No, I've no idea who he is, really. I just know the name. And Lara Sue, and that fucking nonsense.
That beautiful, beautiful book.
It is not. I did wonder why he kept wanting me to come round to look at videos of footballers with their tops off, Ben noted. God, he never took the fucking stupid skunk cunt up on his offer.
Well, let's keep thinking,
Chuck announced.
We don't have a lot of time.
Oh, I'm so happy you've just seen the next line. I'm so happy. Meanwhile, and long ago, and yet to happen, and having never will have unhappened. Time travel is weird like that. In white space, the Babylon rogues wandered about. Fuck cunt! Fuck cunt! Fuck cunt! Fuck cunt! Jet said in time with his footsteps. Wave breathed deeply, trying to maintain her cool so she didn't bash Jet's skull in with her favourite wrench and smear his blood down her in the euphoric ecstasy of her freedom from his stupidity. I forgot she was an inventor. That makes sense. She's flying, of course she is. That's how Sonic works.
Of course.
Storm was holding his breath. Wave looked at him baffled as he clenched every muscle in his body. He let out a protracted fart, fucking hell, which sounded like the death throes of a wasp. Before Wave could smash her colleagues to death, a place from the past and or future blinked into view of the trio. They looked up at the level title, which for some reason is actually literally there in white space, and not just there to help the player. No, really, this is actually canon. For fuck's sake! The level title read, KFC. The Babylon Rogue shared a glance, and they walked towards the stage. For God's sake, this is dangerous for them. 3 birds.
Well, you're right, but who knows what wrongs they may have to right, or rights they may have to wrong
Very
in
true.
KFC.
At the Debenhams warehouse, Rouge sat on a swivel chair, her legs up on her desk, bobbing slightly. She was feeling pretty good about herself. She'd just written slut in massive letters on the whiteboard and a permanent marker, and was considering poking someone with the pin on the back of her name badge. Not enough to make him bleed, just enough to make him yelp. Rouge giggled. The idea appealed to her. Being a pain in the ass was great. Almost as great as being an international jewel thief, which is what she was. I didn't know.
She barely ever brings it up.
She hasn't lifted a single digit to do any work today. And why would she bother? She was getting paid the same regardless of how hard she worked, so why even break a sweat?
That's how I live my life, baby.
Rouge was grateful for a lot of things in her life. She had good friends, she had exciting adventures, she had a cool secret agent job, she had massive naturals, she was an international jewel thief, and she worked a part-time job at Debenhams, which is dead as Maria... Oh no! God! And she worked at a part-time job at Debenhams, which is as dead as Maria Robotnik when it was still open to the public, but now it was all online. She sometimes went days without seeing a supervisor and never had to deal with any customers. And, thanks to a cock-up, she was getting paid 2 wages, which would definitely never cause problems with HMRC. Also, she was an international jewel thief, for fuck's sake. She was very glad indeed she hadn't been shot to death. Fucking hell. The phone rang. Rouge took a look at the ID displayed on the screen. It was Shadow. Strange. Shadow didn't like to call. He preferred texting, which made him the only 50-year-old who was good at it. Shadow preferred the impersonal touch. It really helped him seem aloof. So if he was calling, it was obviously important. She answered the call and put Shadow on the speaker in public like an absolute fucking dick. I hate her.
Like, guys, we don't need to hear your side of the conversation and the other person's side. If you're just wandering down the high street, knock it off.
Nobody does. Hey, bestie, what's up? I'm an international jewel thief, for fucking hell! Shadow sounded concerned.
Rouge, does your Debenham sell DS games?
For fuck's sake. Rouge laughed. What? No! No one sells those. Not new, at least. They haven't made DS games in over a decade.
Oh, fucking fuck cock!
Shadow exclaimed. What's up? A voice actor changing without notice.
I need this DS game for Tails because I borrowed it and fucking lost it. Maybe I've got it and I don't really use my DS anymore, so you're welcome to have it if it's going unused. What game did you borrow? Never you fucking mind!
Shadow blurted out. Rouge was a good friend, but if she found out he was Pippa Final's biggest fan, Shadow knew she would literally never shut the fuck up about it. And that would be that. Rouge only played games like Assassin's Creed and Tekken and League of Legends. 3 great games, I will add, for myself.
Absolutely, of course.
If she thought Shadow was playing a relaxing farming/horse riding simulator to unwind, she'd have been a right twat about it. Wow, touchy, Rouge smirked. Someone woke up on the wrong side of the emergency stasis pod.
Oh look, it's fine.
I'll have to check Facebook Marketplace or something. God's sake. Have you tried the CEX?
Yes, but someone got shot, so now it's closed with a deal with that.
Oh my god, are you alright? Rouge gasped.
Of course. I am the ultimate life form.
Well, that may be so, but I'm an international jewel thief, and I think you should process your trauma once in a while.
I'm not traumatized, Rouge,
Shadow grumped. Rouge paused. You're not the one who shot them, are you?
No.
Okay, good. Why would you... Well, the only reason I ask is, you have a gun.
I didn't...
And you like firing it.
Yes, but...
So you see my line of thought.
Sure.
And he definitely didn't shoot them?
No, it was fucking... Anyway, it was the girl I was texting you about.
Fucking hell. She shot someone?
No, she got shot.
The girl with the funny name?
Yes.
Did she get shot because she had a funny name?
I doubt it.
But you can't be 100% certain. Well, can anyone ever be 100% certain about anything? What was her name?
Blues de Blatt.
Fuck off!
No, I'm being serious.
Blues de Blatt?
Yes.
Fuck off!
I mean it.
Blues de Blatt?
Yes.
Fuck off!
Mate.
Are you having me on?
No, that's on a name tag as well.
Oh my god! What's like, Reese knows this! Shadow text it to her! Are you having me on?
No, that's on a name tag as well.
Oh my god! What are the odds of that?
I mean, astronomically unlikely, I'd have said.
I went to school with her! Fucking hell!
I was waiting for that.
You... What? What are the odds of the victim being someone I know?
You can't be serious.
As serious as shooting in a CEX. Shadow paused. There's a lot of dialogue and did not have any speech indicators. Rouge squeezed a novelty stress toy she got on her desk that was shaped like an ass. Fucking hell. So, no chance of getting service then? Well, I should fucking say not, no, Shadow growled.
The till is covered in blood, so I can't imagine the keys are all sticky and shit.
Can you not just scan it through yourself when no one's looking? Leave the money on the counter and print a receipt?
No, technically that's still theft.
Even if you left the money?
Yes.
Bollocks!
No, I read it somewhere.
Excellent little joke. Well, what the fuck? The country's done gone to shitter, mate. What this is not. Shadow clenched his teeth.
Well, it doesn't really matter, because they keep the game carts locked in the drawer, and if I grab the key, it's definitely going to look suspicious. Look, do you know where I can get an orange? I would very much like to plant an orange tree.
Well, that was very weird, but have you tried looking at a fucking orange?
Of course. Silly me.
Shadow sighed of relief. That was a close one. I'll tell you what. If you want to rummage through my collection, I keep my DS games in the back room at Club Rouge.
I forgot you own a casino.
Me too. I spend most of my time being an international jewel thief. For God's sake. What's the passcode to get to the back room? 42069. LOL. LOL. Fucking hell. Looks like I owe you one, Shadow admitted. Don't worry. I'll be kind. I won't make you do something really awful or humiliating. That was a relief to Shadow. Rouge had previously made him attend the Easter play her niece had been at in junior school. Shadow didn't know if he believed in God. Fuck, what is happening? Shadow didn't know if he believed in God, but he was left questioning that all the more when he heard the caterwauling of his kids performing a rap about Pontius Pilate. It had gotten to its most unbearable when they rhymed Pilate with pilot, a job title which did not exist in the history of Easter. And if there was one thing Shadow detested, it was badly constructed lyrics. Gotta go, Shadow responded, far too cool to directly respond to whatever Rouge just said. Bye! I'm an international jewel thief! Rouge hung up and spun back and forth in her chair. She should have been home by now, planning her next adventure, trying out a procession of outfits that were all worse than the one she had in her debut anyway, and throwing spaghetti at the ceiling to see how long it would stick. So far, she found it stuck best when wet, but further experimentation was required. What is she doing? She's baffling.
See, like, at first I was like, what a stupid thing you could do. Oh, how about throwing spaghetti at the ceiling for no reason? And then I just had the visual of her throwing dry sticks of spaghetti up and going,
This isn't working. Bloody vanilla. Not turning in again. Honestly, she was useless. If it wasn't one thing with that rabbit, it was another. Oh, my boyfriend injured my arse muscle last night, so I can't walk very quickly today. Ooh, I need Friday 4 months from now off because I can't find childcare for my daughter. Ooh, I can't eat that because it has prawns in it and I'm allergic. God, it was just incessant. Honestly, if this kept up, Vanilla was probably going to get fired, Rouge thought. And that would surely be the worst thing that happened to Vanilla any time soon. Oh, God. Right the what? Ray the Flying Squirrel took in his fucking hell. Ray the Flying Squirrel twisted his fingers. He whistled a happy little tune. He was a jolly sort of guy. At the Scrapper's Weekend's event, the Women's War Games match is underway. Team Girlies, Bandicoot sisters Percy and Stacy, plus Zoe in there. Oh, but Zoe's here. Fuck.
yeah.
She does exist. That's okay. That's one thing I'll cross off my list of her not actually existing. Team Girlies, Bandicoot sisters Percy and Stacy, plus Zoe and their masked mystery partner, took on Team Also 4 Death Robots. Metal Amy, Metal Trip, Mecha Robotnik, and Sage, who was not actually a death robot, but she couldn't be bothered to argue and she thought wrestling was shit anyway. Things were looking bad for Team Girlies, as Metal Amy kept shooting missiles at them. Fucking hell. But they were all the red ones, so they couldn't bat... But they were all the red ones. They couldn't bat the blue ones back at her to cause damage.
As seen in every Sonic boss fight since 2017.
Just stop that trope. It's
Stop,
so
please.
bad, lads. Anything else will do. Zoe pondered that perhaps it was a bit sketchy that half the participants in this year's event seemed to be robots, created with the express purpose of blowing up Sonic and his allies. She wondered if that might be anything to do with the unscrupulous event promoter also being a robot, created with the express purpose of blowing up Sonic and his allies. He was probably fine. This is not the stupidest thing to ever happen in wrestling. That would be the reverse battle royal. Yes.
In my humble opinion.
Look, up there! One of the Bandicoot twins cried out. The mysterious fourth entrant in the match had climbed onto the top of the Wargames cage. And oh my fuck, she's got a bin with her. Oh Jesus! Zoe exclaimed as her partner put the bin over her head. It's fucking EO Sky! She's gonna do the bin jump! Why is it actually EO Sky? It's fucking EO Sky! She's gonna do the bin jump she does every year, which somehow nobody scouts despite the fact she's the thing she's most famous for!
How does she get it off every year like
I don't know. Quick as a flash, the end bin performer leapt down to the entirety of Team Also 4 Death Robots and knocked them down, as they had all rather conveniently lined up in a row to facilitate such an eventuality. The mystery partner crawled out of the bin and posed for the delighted crowd. She reached for the mask and yanked it off, revealing not the genius of the sky, Eo Sky, but Hershey the cat. Ah, I see.
All a ruse.
Oh my god! Whichever the cool one of the twins was said. I thought you got into hiding after your husband got sent into mega prison for trying to slog off the princess in there. Is that true?
Well, she's married to Jeffrey St. John.
Oh, I see. Hershey smiled. And Miss War Games? Not for anything in the world. Suddenly, Little Trip hit Hershey in the head with a candlestick 58 times. Fucking hell! Over a period of 7 minutes. That's a fucking 7 minutes! Christ alive! Most boring part of the match. The other girls were too stunned to do anything to prevent this. This is proper wank, Sage rolled her eyes. I wish I was making Legos or something. Mecha Robotnik amused at how she was literally one of the worst characters in the series. Do you think Father truly loves me, Sage? Sage paused for a second to think of the perfect response. As an AI language model, I am unable to provide you with an answer about whether Father loves you, but no, he well loves me more. Mecha Robotnik sniffled, doing her best to hold back tears. It's the goal of Sage's processing power to not laugh in her sister's stupid dumbass face. That'll teach her to look over. What the fucking hell? That'll teach her to look over my Playmobil town, she thought to herself. Metal Amy threw Hershey's semi-conscious body up to the stadium ceiling. However, this provided an opening for the twins to nail the pink robot with a 3D. Fucking hell! To pick up the win, as Zoe tripped Metal Trip, which is naturally easy enough, and Sage started flipping off the bawling Mecha Robotnik. Bully Ray tweeted that he was furious about the execution of the 3D, and that he fucking hates women wrestlers. That's heat, brother. The 4 members of Team Girly celebrated their victory. Well, 3 of them did. Hershey just hit the mat really hard and didn't move for a bit. Everyone thought that was probably fine. Uncle Chuck peered through the curtain at the entrance ramp. Behind him, Ben paced back and forth nervously. Rota ate a fillet of fish. For fuck's sake! The Lads War Games was next. What the hell were they gonna do? End of chapter 8.
Sonic the Hedgehog, the fanfic, the podcast, chapter 9. Here comes Sonic. I am immediately skeptical. As the go-kart sped down the road, Knuckles' stomach started to rumble. Tails looked over at him and smirked. Are you hungry, Knuckles? He asked. Oh god, what was that voice?
Are you hungry, Knuckles?
Are you hungry, Knuckles? He asked somewhat pointlessly, because of course he fucking was. Starving, Knuckles said, trying to hide the fact he was not very comfortable having an 8-year-old driving him around where they could both fly and or glide. I haven't eaten in maybe 3 days? What? Knuckles, that's insane! Tails quickly pushed a button on the dashboard of his go-kart. Don't fucking question it. This is a 2-tailed flying fox, for fuck's sake. And up popped his GPS system. Hey Siri, point us to the nearest food place, please. Calling Amy Rose, both Tails and Knuckles looked panicked. No, 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 they both yelled. Sadly, she answered. What's up, guys? Oh my god, I have the wildest story to tell you. By the way, I'm not friends with Bunny or Sally or Omo Chow anymore because they're all backstabbing bitches who spread lies and rumors about me, and I've always thought that they were looking at ways to get rid of me from their friendship group anyway, but now they've confirmed it, and they're now my mortal enemies, and I never want to see them ever again, so I'm going to create several backup TikTok accounts pretending to be them and see how they like it. Ha ha ha! Tails hung up. Knuckles looked at him baffled. Why does your go-kart sound like Amy? He yelled, frantically searching around him in case Amy was in the footwell again. Again?
Yeah.
She's done it before.
We never know what she's up to.
Oh, she's always up to something. That tricksy little puck. No, Knuckles, my cart has a phone built inside it. Right, sure it does, buddy. Knuckles chortled. He never chuckles. A phone inside a car. Good one, Tails. Also, what's a phone? Never mind, Knuckles. Let's just focus on getting you some food. Oh, can we have the magic chicken? Knuckles' eyes were practically bulging out of his skull. Do you mean KFC? Tails queried. I don't think I ever saw KF. What? Shut up, you're confusing me! Knuckles raised a fist to Tails, more threatening in nature than anything else. Whatever the hell it is, I just want some of that magic chicken with Santa. They say it's finger-licking good, but my gloves don't have fingers, so I guess I'll never know. Magic chicken with Santa?
Yeah, Colonel Sanders, but it looks like Santa.
Oh, for the sake of fuck. He sighed and stared sadly out where there would be a window, but it's a fucking go-kart. All right, Knuckles, I'm pretty sure it's just around this corner. They both gasped. Ray the flying squirrel sat in his garden, tidying up his flower beds. Phew, this sure was hard work on a hot, sunny day like today. Whoosh! A huge fireball burst out from the ceiling of the KFC. That's it for Ray. 3 feathery figures were being dragged away by some sort of time-eatery thing that Tails and Knuckles couldn't quite make out, and they noticed that there was a greyed-out goalpost right outside the entrance, clearly not meant for them. Oh, I like that. I like the idea that the goalpost is, like, it's just omnipresent, but they don't have to interact with it.
No, it's character-specific.
Yeah, that's a fun idea. Knuckles smiled. Well, at least someone's getting something to eat, right, Tails? Yeah, Tails said, having absolutely no fucking idea what Knuckles was on about. Well, I guess this means no magic chicken for us. Knuckles tried his best to hide his disappointment, but fucking hell, he was hungry. It's okay. I know somewhere we can go, but we'll have to fly if that's okay with you. Tails, I'm an echidna. We were born to fly, Knuckles enthused, not questioning why the fuck he could glide and climb walls. It really makes no fucking sense.
It just doesn't. Have you seen a kid now? They shouldn't be gliding anywhere.
No way. I mean, the climbing I will forgive, because, okay, you know, they've got, like, spiny fists, sure, okay, I can see how digging and climbing, I get that.
Yes.
The gliding? Explain?
Just makes no sense. Someone just clearly threw in a kid now, and someone was like, wow!
Alright, here goes nothing. Tails punched another button on his go-kart, which transformed itself into the tornado. Knuckles looked at him furious. Why the fuck did you waste everyone's time building a go-kart when you could just fucking fly to me? And why do you need a fucking plane anyway? You can already fly. Well, I can't fly to space, can I? Can you? No! Okay then, why are we still yelling? The propeller's extremely loud. The what? The propeller's extremely loud. The professor's entirely clouds. Yeah, that's right. I have the visual of, like, you know, in Sonic Adventure when you're on the plane and, like, the little grabby hand comes out and just picks Sonic off the top. Just got a vision of that happening to Knuckles and he'd be like, what the fuck is going on? Knuckles was more confused than ever. First, Tails is driving Amy, then Amy's inside the go-kart, but is actually a phone. Then the phone learnt how to fly in the army. What? And now the professor is made out of clouds? What the ever-loving dog shit could this all mean? Tails left him to his thoughts. He knew Knuckles' mind could sometimes get away from him, and it was best to leave him be in times like this. This was also the perfect time to steal the Master Emerald, because Knuckles had been known to stay in this kind of trance for months at a time. He completely missed the Millennium Dome experience, because he's... Right, no, hang on. Hold on. Right, that has unlocked a very specific form of, like, nostalgia FOMO.
Oh, yeah. Oh, did you not go?
I never went.
You missed nothing.
Fair. I mean, I've been to the O2, obviously. Like, since it's now converted to, for those of you outside of Britain or outside of the year 2000, the O2 Arena in London used to just be called the Millennium Dome, and it was a big celebration of the year 2000, and it was a bit shit.
It was an absolute fucking flop. I don't remember anything that was inside there, apart from there was a giant human body you can walk inside, and there was a big heart. And that's all anyone remembers is the heart and the body.
Is the body still there, if I remember right?
Possibly.
Like, I don't think you can go in it anymore, but I think it's still there.
Yeah, that's all anyone remembered. We went for school.
Yeah.
Just absolute dog wank.
For me, like, I think the longest lasting impact the Millennium Dome had was when they changed the EastEnders title sequence to include it.
Oh, yeah, of course.
And now there's a big white circle on the Thames forever now. He completely missed the Millennium Dome experience because he spent so long wondering how one tiny insect could live for 1,000 years. And why did
It's intentional.
Okay, and was that one insect in charge of all the computers in the world? And if computers really did exist, Knuckles wasn't convinced. He thinks they were invented by woke. What? Why did no one bring any extra batteries for when, in case the maybe probably bug did do a naughty and mess break destroy up the whole thing? What? By the time he forgot his original point, it was 2003. It's also worth pointing out that Knuckles doesn't truly understand what woke means. And unlike Amy, he isn't a racist. He just heard a word once and assumed it applied to him. It didn't. I mean, to be fair, I don't think anyone on the far right knows what woke means.
You're very, very, very right.
Knuckles isn't alone.
Oh dear.
Knuckles farted himself back to reality. So, food. I mean, Tails, where are we going? To the... Fuck off, Eddie. I'm mad at you. Sorry. Oh, my God. So, food. I mean, Tails, where are we going? To the EO Sky Sanctuary Zone. It's a lot quieter this time of year, and I figured we could go get Sonic. Tails smiled over at Knuckles, very happy with his plan. Knuckles looked at Tails with a face that said, "What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about?" See? Good, I love that gag. Anytime that gag's used in prose, I love it. Huh? Tails' smile left him faster than Vanilla's last breath. No!
Just a reminder, she's dead.
Why the hell are we going to get Sonic? I thought the whole point of this was we were going to get Amy, and he was getting a mysterious fifth member, probably decided by some sort of audience participation event, potentially decided at a vaguely Christmas-themed live show over on Twitch. Whatever that is. Tails chuckled, which made Knuckles furious. No, silly! Sonic! Tails, I think you're misunderstood. I'm Knuckles. No, yes I am. No, I know you are. Then why did you call me Sonic? That's not what I meant! Wait, hang on a second. Knuckles pulled down the sun visor in the go-kart plane Who Gives a Fuck Anymore and checked himself in the mirror. No, I'm definitely Knuckles, see? He pointed at himself in the mirror. It says so on the tag in my gloves just in case I forget. Fuck. Tails put his head in his hands and then immediately grabbed the steering wheel of the plane again because he forgot he was flying for a second and almost crashed the fucking thing. Jesus God. Okay, Knuckles, yes, I know you are Knuckles. I was just saying that I think we should get Sonic to eat. Tails pleaded with the echidna to realize what he was saying. No such luck. But I'm the one who's hungry, Knuckles puffed up his chest. Why the hell should we... I've just figured out what you're doing here. Fuck you. Why the hell should we get food for dick shit McFasty when I thought we were going for a meal together? No, that's not what You know, we never hang out, just the two of us. This is nice. Nice! Tails exclaimed. Yeah, I'm learning a lot about cars and planes and television. Knuckles smiled proudly, unaware he'd learnt absolutely fuck all today. Well, that still doesn't make it okay to just ditch me to go eat with Sonic. Not cool, friend. Oh, for Knuckles, Sonic is a restaurant! Knuckles laughed. Harder than he'd ever laughed before. He couldn't believe Tails was so stupid. Oh, Tails, you really are a dumbass. Sonic is a hedgehog. I'm an echidna, and my name is Knuckles, and your name is Tails, and you're a liar. Tails stared at Knuckles, his mouth hanging open in complete disbelief. I'm a fox, you idiot! Tails blushed. It wasn't like him to lose his temper. Knuckles burst out laughing again. Sure, buddy, a two-tailed fox. How ridiculous. Next thing you'll be telling me is your go-kart has a map system which shows us detailed directions to and from a destination that we choose. Yeah, right. Oh, God. If I was Tails in this situation, I think I would have probably had a fucking heart attack at this point.
God, yeah.
At this point, Tails had his whole fist in his mouth. They were coming close to the Sonic the Restaurant. Fucking hell, that caught me off guard. They were coming close to the Sonic the Restaurant, and he knew he just had to keep Knuckles quiet for a few more minutes. Look, Knuckles, it's simple. Sonic the Hedgehog, our friend, is a hedgehog. Sonic the Restaurant is a fast food place. They do burgers and shit. I've never actually been before, but I think it'll be nice. Knuckles scratched his head. Fast food, you say? Yeah, Tails beamed. Finally, he was getting it. And Sonic the Hedgehog is also fast. Are you sure they aren't the same thing? Mm-hmm. Can you fly for a second, please? Knuckles obliged, and Tails quickly jumped into the back seat, grabbed a pillow, screamed into it as loud as he could, took a shit in it, and threw it out the window.
That seemed appropriate.
Holy fuck, dude. Threw it out where the window would have been, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Oh no. Oh no. Sweat was beaming down on Ray's forehead. His flowers looked lovely. He repotted all the plants he needed to and was gathering up his smaller pots ready for a new batch to grow in the coming seasons. Nothing could possibly ruin his day. He looked up as a small shadow began to form above his head, getting bigger and bigger. A whistling sound that gathered pitch and volume followed the shadow. Ray winced as a big pillow full of fox shit smashed right into Silver's face next door. Some people have the worst luck, Ray thought.
Poor Silver. Pissed and shat on him one day.
I was going to say, how can it get worse? But I'm pretty confident it can get so much worse.
Oh, yes. Yeah, can only hope.
The plane go-kart fuck it was landing in the fly-through area of the... You fucking got me again with that fucking hell. The plane go-kart fuck it was landing in the fly-through area of the EO Sky Sanctuary branch of Sonic the Restaurant.
What a sentence.
Holy fuck. No human has written that combination of words before.
Never.
Oh my god. Oh, right, my face is aching now. The plane go-kart fuck it was landing in the fly-through area. The fly-through area, I just fucking got that.
Yeah.
Fuck me.
It's good.
I'm going to attempt this a fourth time now. The plane go-kart fuck it was landing in the fly-through area of the EO Sky Sanctuary branch of Sonic the Restaurant. Knuckles scratched his chin as he saw the building. Is it me or has Sonic put on a bit of weight? Knuckles, this is not our friend Sonic. This is where we are going to eat. We can't eat a whole building, Tails, Knuckles scoffed. Knuckles, I think I might actually stab you. Just so you know. Look, the menus are just up ahead, so decide what you want. Hey, food. Nice one, Tails. Tails closed his eyes as tightly as he could. He forgot to bring paracetamol. This was helping. The duo pulled up to the menu. One of those really fucking annoying ones which has the speaker system on it, but it's also the first menu you see, so you can't really sit around deciding what you want. You just have to fucking know immediately, otherwise a queue starts forming and you look like you're being an awkward bastard. And I can see there's only two of you in the fucking car. What's taking you so long? God!
It's so annoying.
Been there, man. Been there. And also, why is the text on these menus so small?
Honestly. Ridiculous.
You have to be stood next to them, man. It's the worst.
Or just know exactly what the menu is, and it's like, I just don't.
It doesn't encourage you to branch out, does it?
No, it doesn't.
This is why I have the same thing every time I go to anywhere. I can't stand the awkwardness, damn it. Knuckles was studying the menu carefully. No grapes. A few chicken items, but mostly just burgers. Nothing about them screamed magic chicken. Suddenly, a voice began speaking from the menu itself. Hello, welcome to Sonic. Can I take your order? Tails waved politely at the menu. Hi, this is my first time here. What would you recommend? Sonic, is that you? Knuckles screamed. He leapt out of the plane and landed on the menu, punching the ever-loving shit out of it. What is this? How have they trapped you? What's going on? Can I please have a blue coconut slush, a supersonic bacon double cheeseburger, and a corn dog? Knuckles, stop it! Tails undid his seatbelt, which you're not meant to do when the seatbelt light is still on. Yes, the plane has landed, but just fucking wait!
Makes me so angry.
It's like, come on, lads.
You wait 2 minutes.
I mean, really. It doesn't matter if you're the first off the plane. You got a stand-up baggage claim anyway. Come on. The menu started screaming as all the poor employee could hear was Knuckles' huge fist smashing into it. What did you do to Sonic? Knuckles... Jesus, turned into fucking Batman then.
Where is he?
Where is Sonic? No, really, where is he? Chapter 2 was a very long time ago.
That sure was.
What did you do to Sonic? Knuckles shouted, tears streaming down his face. What did you do? Oh, Knuckles, Tails, chill out, guys. The fox and the echidna stopped. They looked around, unsure of where the voice was coming from. Tails was the first to speak. Sonic, is that you? Over here. They looked up and Tails practically pissed himself. I'm so mad at you. The building was looking down at them both, without any eyes or nose or mouth to speak of, but it was unmistakably him. Long time no see, Sonic says. Knuckles glared at Tails. I fucking told you! End of chapter 9.
Yay! Sonic the Hedgehog, the fanfic, the podcast, chapter 10, building character. I think I know the pun there. He's a building.
He's
Fuck
a character
me!
that's become a building.
That's very good.
But maybe somebody's character will be built. Anyway.
I don't think so in this fucking show.
Probably fucking not.
Tails and Knuckles looked up at the Sonic building, mystified. How had their friend become a fast food restaurant? What were they going to do now? And more to the point, why was he being so flipping nonchalant about it all? So, Sonic the Sonic said, how have you guys been? Knuckles rubbed his chin, impressed. Sonic, I've got to admit, you've outdone yourself this time. I don't know how you did it, but man, this is a whole other level. Oh, you like my new look? Thought I traded the quills for bricks and mortar. Trade it in. It's like, no, I'm done actually. Fucking hell. You can't just decide to be a building.
Maybe you can. Maybe you can, Eddie. Maybe we're going to learn some things today.
I just want to be like, I'm sick of being a hedgehog. I want to be a fucking building instead. Knuckles nodded. Very sleek, very chic, very fashionable. Tails couldn't contain himself any longer. Ah! Sonic! This is terrible! Calm down, buddy, replied the Sonic. Fucking hell, the Sonic. Ugh. Calm down, buddy, replied the Sonic. I'm not worried, so why should you be? Sonic, you've... Oh, this is a catastrophe! Tails was in full panic mode now. Like a time he misplaced his USB stick of blueprints to his inventions. He wouldn't have minded so much, but he'd gotten bored and drawn a load of stupid ones for his own amusement, which would have made everyone think he was a weirdo if they found them. Like the Prower Industries Super Mega... What?! Like the Prower Industries Super Mega Massive Dildo, which was shaped like a cock, which was because it was a dildo, and that's the shape that they are, in case you were hoping there's an extra joke there. Fucking Christ. Or the Prower Industries Ultra Plaque Remover Electric Toothbrush, which was shaped like a cock. Fucking hell. It's just because Tails thought cocks were funny. Fortunately, he's not wrong. They are universally graffitied everywhere. Fortunately, he found the USB stick in the end. Amy had sellotaped it to his back when he wasn't looking along with a note which read, Fox cunt. Fuck's sake. Although she looked at the blueprints first and saved a copy of them to blackmail Tails if he ever fucked her off. Jesus Christ, he's gotten worse.
She's not a nice lady at all.
I love how with Amy, there's a lot of like building up her backstory and character by just tales that we're telling about her, not just like having her here. Just like, no, don't forget she did this once. Oh, fine.
He's her favourite target, I feel.
It makes sense. He's a weak little child. What's the problem, pal? Sonic asked, positively nonplussed. In fact, he was outright what?
Non-minus.
Oh, for fuck's sake! What's the problem, pal? Sonic asked, positively nonplussed. In fact, he was outright non-minus too, making him thoroughly neutral overall, which only added to Tails' irritation. The young fox gibbered. Sonic! You've become a building! I mean, I remember the time you were turned into a toaster. That can't be real, can it?
It's so real.
For fuck's sake, I hate this franchise. absolute shite.
In the first novel by Virgin Books, Sonic the Hedgehog in Robotnik's Laboratory, Sonic gets turned into a toaster.
I think I've
in
read
the chapter Sonic the Toast.
I think I've read that book.
It's so silly.
Fucking hell. That book does the Jid Journey into Darkness thing, but instead of Ben and Jerry's ice cream Pulbera, they just keep mentioning Robotnik eating eggs. It's like,
Yes!
we get it! He likes eggs, but they keep doing it.
Big fan. Big fan of the eggs.
Big fan of eggs. The young fox gibbered. Sonic, you've become a building! I mean, I remember the time you turned into a toaster, but we got through that because toasters are small and portable. Buildings are huge! You can't get on a rocket into outer space looking like this! Why? Because the picture on my... Fucking hell! Why?
So proud of that.
Because the picture on my astronaut's license doesn't match? No! Because you can't even move! And because the rocket is too small! This is... Sonic, I'm sorry, but this is reckless, even by your usual standards. I would rate this as possibly top 3 most reckless things you've ever done. A time you replace your toothpaste with Tipex because you want to see... What? A time you replace your toothpaste with Tipex because you wanted to see what would happen is definitely still up there, but I think this might just knock it off the top spot.
I mean, we've often thought about having teeth whitened. Surely that's a common thing we've dreamt of as we're only mortals, aren't we? I mean, Tipex is cheaper than having an expensive procedure done. That's all I know.
You can just buy some teeth whitener.
You could do that, or you could buy some Tipex.
Well, yeah, silly me. Sorry, idiot.
Come on, Eddie.
All makes sense now.
You see, repeating it a second time made it obvious.
Look, Tails, Sonic replied, a little impatient. I hate to pull rank, but as leader of Team Sonic, I sometimes have to make decisions without you. So, I got a building plasty. Big deal! This way I get to help the community in more ways than one. It's not all about going fast, it's fuck off! It's not all about going fast, it's about going fast food. Knuckles replied enthusiastically. Yes, that's so true! I even said so on the way here. There was a definite connection. Didn't I say so, Tails? See? Sonic continued. Knuckles gets it. If Knuckles gets it, there's a problem here, lads.
Tails is starting to feel a little like, the odd one out, I'm thinking.
Oh, bless him. Tails is starting... It's also actually genuinely, this fits into our previous stories and chapters of Tails not feeling like he's part of the group, really, and nothing. And so it weirdly works. Why does it work? Tails is starting to get angry now. Sonic, I really do not see how this is going to help us in our role as superheroic team that saves the world. This is, frankly, ridiculous. Oh. Sonic sounded disappointed. I see. So, what you're telling me is my lifestyle choice is ridiculous. What? You don't respect my identity as a building? That's not what I... You said it was reckless and ridiculous. This is who I am, Tails. I see how it is. My own best friend. Unable to accept me for myself. Fucking hell.
It's no good, Tails. It's no good. Shame on you.
Tails felt awful, but he had to plead his case. Sonic, you're not being fair. I'll tell you what isn't fair, little buddy. Hurting your friend in the moment of vulnerability. This is fucking stupid, this is. This is a big change in my life, and I really thought that you could turn into a building!
I mean, the changes don't come much bigger than that, do they? Let's be honest.
Just the way Sonic's so sincere about this is so funny, because he's turned into a building. I'll tell you what isn't fair, little buddy. Hurting your friend in their moment of vulnerability. This is a big change in my life, and I really thought that you of all people would be willing to support me through it. Huh. I guess you really do find out who your true friends are when you're going through it. For God's sake. Knuckles glared at Tails. I like how Knuckles is so angry at him. How could you, Tails? This man loves you like a brother. And now just because he's a burger joint, mean to tell us all for nothing? Shame on you. No, it's not like that, Tails squeaked. Look, Sonic, I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings. To tell you the truth, I didn't realize buildings could have feelings. Knuckles gasped. You monster! No, Sonic cut him off. It's a common misconception in the fucking hell, what's going on? Oh, Christ alive. No, Sonic cut him off. It's a common misconception in the building community. One that needs facing head on and challenging. Yes, Tails, a building can have feelings. And those feelings can be hurt just like yours. I like it to imagine at this point the Sonic says music is playing. Tails felt a knot in his stomach. This is a lot to take in. I'm sure, Sonic answered. But you have to accept me, Tails, or you're clearly no friend. Tails felt so bad. Just that morning he'd be thinking about how he'd outgrown his friends, and now here he was realising that he was the one with growth to do. Fucking hell! Tails always gets so deep, it's so funny. Sonic, he stammered. If there's anything I could do to make it up to you... Well... Sonic paused. Anything at all, Tails insisted. Alright. Since I allow myself to be vulnerable, I want you to share something that makes you feel vulnerable. Knuckles raised a hand. Should I join in too? Only if you want to. What, Sonic's so fucking... just like understanding. Jesus Christ. Only if you want to. You've been very supportive of me for this trying time, Knuckles. I'm thinking I may have to bump you up from the ranking from friendly rival to best buddy if Tails can go over his bigotry. Jesus Christ. No! Tails cried out. I'll do it! The young fox cleared his throat. He took a deep breath. He closed his eyes and allowed himself to exhale all the negative energy. I've been a Fucking Christ! This is getting so dark. What a fun podcast I thought we record today.
Don't you worry. This is going to be a roller coaster ride.
I've been a victim of... It's not funny. It's not a funny sentence, but it is funny because it's Tails the fucking fox saying this to a building at Sonic the Hedgehog. I've been a victim of bullying my whole life. I told you stories of the two mean foxes who used to pick on me for being different. Ah, yes, Sonic noted. Witless Chris and Scratchy. Two simple inbred farm hens trying to get by in a world they don't understand. Yeah, well, it wasn't always my tails they picked on me for. Oh, Sonic, a building, since he was getting to the root of some of Tails' deep trauma here. Go on. Oh, Tails! No, it's so sad. This is too sad. This is sadder than Vanilla dying. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. And they've just fucking released the Bambi episode, the fucking Dumbo episode, and Bambi's next. But Jesus Christ.
That's sadness on the brain, man.
Well, I went to bed every night till I was 7. The boys found out and called me pea-bed bitch boy. And then one day they threw a load of cow piss in my face. Jesus Christ. Cow piss is so specific.
Yeah.
Which is bad enough on planets like Earth, but here on Mobius, where cows are part of society, it's just fucked up. The weird thing is, that was the last time I ever went to bed, and they just started bullying me for being a mutant freak instead. Tails. I can't do Sonic just after saying that. Tails! But he's so enthusiastic about everything, that's the thing. Tails. I don't know what to say, Sonic said gently. Thank you for sharing that. That must have been very hard for you. Yes, it was, Tails admitted. Hard like your big bonehead! The sound of a cackling laughter rang out from nearby. First a feminine laugh, then an all too familiar laugh. A laugh Tails had heard so many times before. The laugh Sonic made when he just pulled a prank on someone. Oh, you dick! Tails glowered. Fucking Christ! Sonic walked around the corner of the Sonic restaurant, joined by Blaze the cat. Hey, Knuckles! Hey, building phobe! Christ alive! How's it going? Blaze... What a swerve.
I immediately after reading it in the last chapter, I was like, oh, this is the perfect chance for him to be a cock.
Just be a cunt for no reason. Blaze wiped away tears from her eyes. Her face sore from scrunching up for the last several minutes trying not to laugh. Oh my god, dude! I can't believe I held that in for so long, and Big Bonehead was what set me off. I thought you were going to pass out when you mentioned the cow piss. Blaze shrieked with delight. That's so fucked up! Tails grumbled. Hey, Blaze! Oh, Tails. Hey, pea-bed bitch boy! Sonic tried so hard to keep a laugh in, snorted disgustingly, and then laughed like an air horn. Sonic! Knuckles is jubilant. You're not a building! And the best part of that is, the building's still here, so we can have burgers and fries to celebrate the fact that you're not a building! Tails crossed his arms. You know, Sonic, you're a real piece of work sometimes. Tails, come on. I've turned into a building? I expected Knuckles to fall for that because he's dumb as a bag of rocks, but you're supposed to be the clever one. Yeah, Knuckles agreed. Boy, are you stupid. Poor Knuckles. Tails, I am very disappointed, Blaze noted. Sonic has spent so much of the time we hang out telling me how you're super smart, and you just fell for him pretending to be a fucking building? Ha ha ha! God, you're dumb! Sonic, are you sure this guy's your best friend? Oh, now, Sonic grinned. Is that a hint of jealousy I hear in Her Highness's voice? Fuck off, idiot! Fucking hell. Blaze smacked him on the arm playfully. You know I don't like being called that. Sonic laughed. Yeah, I remember when you told off that guy. Oh, he was asking for it. Your exact words were, Bitch, I will light you up like Times Square if you call me that again. The two started snort laughing. Blaze spotted words between guffaws. Okay, so I was a little blunt, but we had a rough day. True, Sonic noted, but it was a good one all the same. Oh, remember when I shot my fireball at the guy who was wearing... And you were all like, no, Blaze, you can't shoot innocent civilians. Fucking hell. Because I didn't know that. Right, he was secretly part of... Oh my god, what a day. Did this all happen? I'm sure it probably did.
It's a generic off-screen adventure.
Excellent. The two of them buckled over from laughter. Tails glanced at Knuckles and back at Sonic and Blaze, who was still laughing. He tutted. All right, take your time. Sonic wiped away a tear. Damn, Blaze, you are the coolest, you know that? Oh, stop. Blaze waved a dismissive hand. You're the coolest. Well, that is true, but I mean by fucking hell. Well, that is true, but I meant by comparison to me. You're a comfortable second place. You're too kind. Honestly, anytime I'm on an adventure or a mission with you, I know it's going to be a good one. Between two awesome friends. Absolute legends, more like. She fist bumped him, and the two started laughing again. Jesus fucking Christ. These two dickheads. Tails, who wasn't in on any of this, and he certainly wasn't enjoying being shut up like this, cleared his throat. So, Sonic, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be off searching for the... fuck you?
Shouldn't you? Shouldn't you, Sonic?
Shouldn't you be off searching for the potential fifth member of our expedition team? Sonic shook his head and grinned. You answered your own question, little buddy. Blaze is on the list your computer algorithm thingy cooked up. I know, it's always a long shot where Blaze is concerned. She does come from a different dimension, after all. So it's not like we could just hang out all the time. Good, Tails mumbled to himself. But then out of the blue, she sent me a text saying she was in our dimension and wanted to know why there was a restaurant named after me. The funny thing is, Blaze noted, fuck's sake.
Just waiting for you to get to that.
Oh, that's a great line. Fucking hell. The funny thing is, Blaze noted, it's actually a restaurant back home named Blaze. Fucking great joke. Jesus Christ. No way! Sonic blurted. Yeah, obviously, Blaze smirked. Oh, we're so going the next time I'm near neck of the woods. You know it! So! Tails shouted. Did you inform her about the mission? Of course, Sonic replied, not clocking his friend's irritation. Blaze is always ready to help out on a cool adventure. Right, Blaze? God, these two are insufferable. Blaze smiled. Only if I get to hang out with the world's most famous hedgehog. Yeah, boy! Sonic extended his hand, and he and Blaze formed an elaborate handshake. Clearly they had rehearsed this. Tails felt a clench in his chest as he recalled Sonic saying the two of them didn't need a handshake after Tails had suggested one. Oh no! Poor Tails, he's so sad. Fucking hell.
I just got in my head the idea of, like, what if they're just a complete pair of knobs and make Tails feel 2 foot tall. Well, he's about 2 foot tall, to be fair, he's very little. But...
God, poor Tails. Tails got so over at Knuckles. Well, clearly these two are in their own world. What do you say we go in and get a bite to eat? Sounds good. I'm famished, and I'm glad I don't have to eat a building on my friend anymore. For God's sake. The door to the Sonic restaurant opened, and Tails and Knuckles' jaw dropped as they saw who walked out. For God's sake. And who the fuck do you two think you are hanging up on me? Oh no! It's going to be horrible. It was a glorious day. Oh shit, that was made no sense how I just said it. I was going to say, it was a glorious day like most bees. No, that's the wrong.
Oh, bees can be quite glorious.
The wrong grammar. It was a glorious day. Like most bees, Charmy was all too happy to enjoy the sun. He sang a little tune to himself. God's sake, fucking Charmy. Oh, yippee-yappee-dee! I'm a busy bee! No question, no siree! I'm a cute wee buzzy bee! It was very cute, except Charmy isn't a singer, and his off-key wailing greater than everyone he passed. Still, nothing could dampen Charmy's spirits. Wasn't that always the way? Charmy had developed a reputation for being a ray of sunshine in a world so often fraught with danger. True, he was also incredibly annoying, but Charmy never let other people's grumpiness get him down. Today he was off to the comic shop to get the fucking hell. Today he was off to the comic shop to get the latest issue of his favourite comic, Princess Sparkles. Princess Sparkles was a magical horse girl, which, in the world of Mobius, basically meant she was just a magical girl, as being a horse wasn't exactly unusual. Fuck's sake. Come on, keep up. She fought the horses of evil. For fuck's sake, Kelsey.
I typed it and I was like, I didn't mean to do that.
She fought the horses of evil. Sorry, forces of evil. With her fucking hell!
That one I did mean to do, though.
God's sake. I love a two-punch joke. She fought the horses of evil. Sorry, forces of evil. With her unnakeable spirits. The current storyline has been going for some time now, with 22 pages a month, apparently not enough for the writers to fucking get on with it. You charge £4 for an issue for this. IDW, can you please progress the fucking plot from time to time? Well, there seems to be some real issues coming out there.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, fine, that's fine.
My fingers moved of their own volition.
Charmy was hoping Princess Sparkles would be able to overcome her greatest foe, Cyber Doggy. He knew she'd always pull through in the end, but that wait between issues. Charmy entered the comic shop and zipped over to the rack where he picked up the latest issue of his favourite periodical. On the cover, Princess Sparkles was locked in battle with Cyber Doggy, and the caption read, "Battle to the bitter end." This was it. Surely the storyline would wrap up the issue. They already split it into 4 trade paperbacks. They couldn't look at much more, could they? Oh, of course they could! How little Charmy knew of the cynical way comic production works these days. Isn't that right, IDW? Fucking hell.
Sometimes you just want the story to fucking end, lads.
Oh, yes. I glanced nervously over at this book. Charmy fluttered his little wings over to the front desk, handed the comic over. The sales assistant, a nice chinchilla lady, greeted him warmly. Good afternoon, Charmy. A lovely day, isn't it?
Fucking hell.
Right, Rooney, you are, man! Charmy beamed with excitement. It's a splendid old different day today! The assistant giggled. I see you've gone for your favourite again, the Princess Sparkle. She's always getting into so much trouble, isn't she? Oh, jolly jeepers, she sure is! But I know she can win against that big meanie cyber doggy! These are 2 horrible voices to do.
I don't know why you've done this to yourself.
Well, I hope you're right, Charmy. She typed the price into the till. There we go. That'll be $3.99, please. Or can I interest you in pre-ordering the special deluxe hardback edition of the last 20 issues? How much is it? Charmy tilted his head. Well, you know how much goes into these editions and how long they take to come out, she said, correctly pointing out. They take well too long to come out, don't they? IDW, what are you doing? I guess it'll be kind of pricey then, huh? Well, today it's on offer for just 96 rings. That's not so bad. Charmy's eyes lit up. Here, I got 100 rings on me now. Oh, Vanilla, no. Put me down for a pre-order and use the rest to pay for today's issue. So like I or anyone I know who needs the 100 rings, the exact amount would get an extra life for anything right now anyway. Right you are, Charmy. The kind lady accepted Charmy's 100 ring payment and finalised the transaction. She passed Charmy his new comic. Here you go. I hope you enjoy. Thanks a bunch. Gosh, I can't wait to see how the princess saves the day. No way, no way. The sales assistant waved Charmy off as he span in midair and flew out the door. Charmy, curious, flicked to the back page of the issue, the letters page, to see if they printed the picture he sent in of Princess Sparkles having a tea party with him. Oh, he's so sweet, bless him.
Bless his little heart.
Unfortunately, they hadn't, but one letter caught his eye. Horse? Of course! For fuck's sake, I've just seen his sentence! For fucking Christ.
Dear Princess Sparkle the comic, I am a huge fan of all things horsey.
What a sentence.
I am the ultimate horsey fan. I am a huge fan of all things horsey. My very favourite equestrian is Pepper Funnel, MBE, and my favourite horse is Black Beauty.
Amy would hate that.
She sure would.
My friends don't like horses as much as I do, but that's okay because it leaves all the more horses for me to admire. Will you ever print more stories featuring Princess Sparkle's friendly rival, Priyanka the Pretty Pony? She is my favourite character because she is noble and stoic, and not a weird edgelord like Dark Horse. I can't stand people like that. Yours isn't for fuck. Yours naively, S.T. Hedgehog, the ultimate Princess Sparkle fan.
Christ alive. Charmy glanced down at the reply from the editorial avatar Farmer Fred. Dearest, of course you could expect more from Priyanka. In fact, a new 6-part tale starts next issue. As for poor Dark Horse, maybe she's just misunderstood. Wait a second, what was that name? Had Charmy misread the author of that letter? Suddenly, a gust of wind kicked up and blew the comic out of Charmy's hands. It spiralled in the air down the road. Oh, pooh! Exclaimed Charmy, who gave chase, being mindful of his surroundings like a responsible bee, of course. Oh, I love Charmy.
Well, one of them had to be nice.
Oh, not for long. The comic fluttered gently on the wind before being carried down the street. Charmy pursued, only to watch the comic who was caught out of the air by someone. They offered Charmy the comic. I don't know who it is, so I'm going to do a generic voice. Hey kid, this yours? Oh, diddly dearie me, Charmy worried. Fancy meeting you here! A few streets away, Robotnik ran down an alley and slumped to the floor against the wall. I think we lost them! Fuck! Hey boss, what's the big deal? Cubot asked before adding, cunt. The big deal, you square-shaped spunk stain, is I just fucking shot and killed someone! The big deal. He just didn't fucking know. Sweat was pouring off Robotnik's brow. He was fucking shitting it, and no mistake. He vomited a brown-green puddle out of anxiety. Orbot, ever the sassy one, tried to calm the deranged doc. Doctor, as a would-be planetary dictator, actually managed to pull it off once or twice, to your credit. A little bloodshed is par for the course, is it not? Robotnik grabbed Orbot by the scruff of the nothing in particular. He was a robot and didn't have any specific to grab around the neck area after all. Listen, fuckhead! You are all fucking smiles and James Beckett based, listening of every fucking loss I've ever had! You fucking Christ! This is going to be so hard to get through. Listen here, fuckhead! You are all fucking smiles and James Beckett base! Wrestling of every fucking loss I've ever had! You shit-ribbing dick nugget! Tell me, you great orb of wank, precisely how many times I ever fucking killed someone in all of those escapades! Well, Orbot stammered. To tell the truth, sir, you never did. I admit, this is certainly different. That's right, you big bouncing bollock of a bot! And that... Robotnik cut himself off as a wave of realization washed over him. He felt an odd euphoria. He felt his blood pumping. He felt slight indigestion, but down to the uncooked ready eggs eaten this morning.
Back to what we were saying earlier.
It's true. A grin formed over his face. And that is exactly why I'm going to win this time. Sir? Orbok panicked. Think about it. Sonic has always won in the past because he knows my limitations. He knows my boundaries. But now, if those boundaries are gone, all bets are off, are they not? Sonic won't be able to predict anything I do. He'll be totally thrown off his game when we throw down. And that is when I will select Eric Cartman from the N64 game South Park in my new Smash Brothers clone. He'll never see it coming, and he won't have a hope of beating me. Fuck me. Still though, you congealed cum glob. Cubot raised a finger. You might get in trouble for killing that girl. Yes, I suppose that's still true. I only want to beat Sonic, not the police. Fucking hell. As you know, I think the police are a necessary service to uphold common decency in society. There was a lengthy pause. Robotnik cleared his throat. Which is why it's so much fun to bribe them. I'm not interested in getting arrested. Well, sir, Orbok continued, relinquishing himself from Robotnik's sticky grasp. We already robbed the CEX, so I'm going to assume you don't have any rings on you. There's only one other way of reviving someone whose life was cut short unexpectedly. Robotnik rubbed his nose, accidentally wiping a bogey onto his glove. He smeared it onto the wall. Yes, quite so. A wish on the Chaos Emeralds. Well, how are we going to get those... Fuck me. Well, how are we going to get those blubber testicles? Cubot asked. You're not exactly well liked in the special zone. No, Robotnik replied, punching Cubot on the top of the head to try and get his loose connection to go back into place. But that doesn't mean all my henchmen are similarly afflicted. The rotund reprobate leapt to his feet. Boys! This is a job of utmost sensitivity that will require 2 highly skilled operatives. Get me Sleet and Dingo! Amy stomped over angrily, Tails and Knuckles. You know, it's really rude to hang up on a lady. Or better than a mine for everyone I meet one, Knuckles replied. I didn't do him any favours. The angry fires of passion began to ignite in Amy's soul. Boys, we've been friends for a long time, which is pretty lucky for the two of you, all things considered. Especially you, Knuckles. But you of all people should know one very important thing about me. What's that? Tails asked, already fearful of the answer. I have a big fuck-off hammer to splatter anyone who pisses me off! Instantly, Amy pulled her mighty Pico hammer out of her hammer space and drew back. Wait! Tails looked quickly, pointing at Blaze. Who's that flirting with Sonic? Amy turned around to see Blaze and Sonic declaring a thumb war. Fucking hell! Amy turned around to see Blaze and Sonic declaring a thumb war with one another. She opened her mouth, shocked. Blaze? Blaze looked up, allowing Sonic to pin her thumb. Amy? There was the briefest moment of silence. Then both Amy and Blaze shrieked with delight and ran towards one another, leaping into one another's arms for a big girly hug, hopping up and down on the spot in unison. You two know each other? Duh! Amy shot back. This is my only girl bestie, Blaze! She's a member of Team Rose, Tails. Did you ever read my mission logs? Not since you started touching lengthy Bible verses to them. No, it's a waste of my time. We had a treasure adventure! Amy exclaimed. And a pirate adventure, Blaze cried. And we beat up the hooligans, Amy enthused. And Cream was there too, Blaze announced. This is all very confusing, Knuckles remarked. If Amy is on Team Sonic, and Blaze is on Team Rose, then who's on Team Knuckles? Aww. Nobody, thank God, Tails side-eyed his pal. Am I on Team Tails? The confused echidna yelled. Fucking Christ. Oh my God, Blaze, bestie, you are officially my #1 favourite member of the monarchy after that big slut whore, Sally Acorn, broke my fucking heart. Girl, no way! Blaze reacted with shock. What did she do? She said I was a totally racist bitch, which is just typical of a squirrel. Or is she a chipmunk? It's genuinely not clear. Fucking Christ. Ugh, I always thought she was snooty. Blaze shook her head. Sonic, I can't believe you like her. Sonic shrugged. Hey, call me basic. I'm into girls who wander around with their butt out. Fucking hell. Amy and Blaze glanced at one another. Men. Anyway, you know she's totally been dating Monkey Khan? Who the fuck's Monkey Khan?
He's... Okay, now...
Tony Khan, but...
No, in the American comics, Monkey Khan is based on Sun Wukong from Journey to the West.
Oh, okay. Of course he fucking is.
And he is a monkey, as
Yes.
his name suggests. Well, Monkey Khan's his superhero name. His real name is Ken.
What? Ken? You can't have Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, and Ken.
Well, that's why he goes by Monkey Khan.
Stupid. Anyway, you know she's totally been dating Monkey Khan? Amy said, trying to sow the seed of distrust between Sonic and Sally. Not because she's racist for once. Yes, I know, you dumb broad, Sonic shot back, because the four of us went on a double date as you dragged me along, telling me it was a chili dog eating contest. Ken and I sat there dying of boredom while you two talked about nail polish. Christ. You two kept talking about farts! Boys are disgusting! Oh, come on, you don't mean that. No, I don't, you're right. You can never discuss me, Sonic. Sonic smiled. Nice smile. God, this woman was easy to shut up. Well, Tails interrupted the moment. Looks like I did my part. I rounded up Knuckles and Amy in a fashion. I even spoke to Shadow. Sonic, did you talk to everyone else on the list? Of course, Tails. I've been really busy. Fuck's sake. Of course, Tails. I've been really busy. That's why you haven't seen me for ages and ages and ages before you came here. I was doing all sorts of cool stuff where you couldn't even see or hear it. But it was a lot of the same sort of conversation over and over again. So if it was a story, then maybe the writers wouldn't show it on the page, you know? For the sake of conciseness. Yeah, that's definitely why they would do that. They wouldn't just forget to write me about me because they thought other characters were rich or fit a comedy to be sucked upon like some kind of laugh vampires, or as I call them, laughpires. So you talked to everyone then? Just one more to go. I was going to get something to eat here, then I'll head off to speak to Antoine and Bunny. Bunny can fuck off! Amy shouted. Yeah. Tails raised a hand. Little Tolerant over here fell out with Bunny for the same reason she fell out with Sally. It wasn't my fault! It isn't my fault! Amy blurted. It is, though! Tails corrected her. Jesus. Oh, that reminds me, Miles! I have something in my pocket for you. Amy reached into her pocket, made a... I know exactly what's coming.
So childish.
Amy reached into her pocket, made a show of fumbling around a bit, then removed her hand, which is now an angry middle finger, which she held up about half a centimetre from Tails' face. Yeah, I thought it might be something like that, the fox sighed. Well, it's no time to make the present, Sonic says. What do you guys say we get something to eat before heading on to Antoine and Bunny's place? Not you, Amy, obviously. You've just eaten. Amy looked Sonic in the eyes. I'd be glad to go to the... Fuck me! I would gladly go to the bathroom and stick my fingers down my throat to make room for more food. If that's what you want, Sonic. No! Oh, okay. But I would, though. I'll bear that in mind. But do I have to go meet Bunny and Antoine? The pink hedgehog pouted. I'm not so keen on him either. Why? Because he's French? Blaze smirked. No! Because he's a smelly, dumb coyote. Ew, ew, ew. Alright, fine. Sonic decided to make a plan of attack. We'll go to Antoine and Bunny's, but Amy can wait outside. I don't want you inciting a race war in their house. I would never! Amy, completely unaware, was outraged. I'm perfectly happy to go and visit that unbelievable skank if it's for the good of the mission. And no making fun of Bunny's pathetic limbs either. Amy rolled her eyes. Okay, well, I would definitely do that. You got me there. Guys? Tails. Oh no! It's never a good sign. Guys? Tails interjected. Where's Knuckles? Knuckles was inside the service counter, cramming the card reader into his mouth, thinking it was it. What? Knuckles was inside the service counter, cramming the card reader into his mouth, thinking it was to be a delicious pastry. Tails slumped his shoulders. Maybe we should have looked for another magic chicken after all. Without warning, there was a mighty crash as an Eggmobile slammed into Sonic the restaurant. The hovercraft collapsed into the floor in a smoking heap. Sonic and his friends took up a fighting stance. If that's you in there, Egghead, get ready for a kicking, Sonic warned, as the pilot of the Eggmobile stood up, holding the unconscious body of Charmybee aloft. However, Sonic was aghast. You? End of chapter 10.
Sonic the Hedgehog, the fanfic, the podcast. Chapter 11, Everything is Nicely Wrapped Up. Like a Christmas present, you see, because we are hoping to release this episode just before Christmas, and in doing so make the pun of everything is nicely wrapped up make sense. Otherwise it will still work as a sentence, but the additional Christmassy pun makes it more fitting. Don't you think? It also works, by the way, every word in this is capitalised.
Of course.
It also works as this is likely to be the last chapter of Sonic the Hedgehog, the fanfic, the podcast, book 1. So all the neat little loose ends need to be wrapped up in a satisfying way, just as everyone's Christmas presents are to be wrapped up properly, because no one wants loose flappy bits of Christmas wrapping poking you in the hands as you're ripping apart your Sonic the Hedgehog and Sonic the Hedgehog 2 movie double disc Blu-ray set now, do they? Seem to be a triple pack, no doubt.
Exactly.
So, alongside the presents that we have established need to be nicely wrapped up, the stories and stupid shit myself, Eddie O'Keefe, and my good friend, colleague, and Sonic aficionado, LT Fletcher, have written over the last several weeks need to be wrapped up too. But will it be done in a satisfying way that makes everybody happy? Will a glaringly obvious omission to what was once a key plot point serve as the basis for the next book? Or will none of this be canon for the next stupid thing we write, and we'll both get angry letters and poo thrown through our windows one Sunday evening whilst dinner is cooking? Probably some sort of chicken dish, as it's my favourite meat, and also relatively cheap considering the price of some things we spot at Tesco nowadays. But you cannot please everyone, sadly. So I think it's safe to say that I will do my best to wrap up all of the plots we have in a manner that is fitting to Sonic the Hedgehog, the fanfic, the podcast, while all... You know when you're trying to pad the end of an essay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Whilst also trying to leave enough scope for LT to decide what direction he would like to move the series in going forward. Also, please don't send poo through our letterboxes. Thank you. We would really appreciate a bit of peace and decorum from Sonic fans for once. Love you. Kiss, hug, kiss, hug.
Yep, there you go. That's chapter 11.
Fuck a duck's arsehole, Eddie.
I had to do a little callback to the big chapters. It just made sense to me.
Boy, oh boy. I'm sorry, I just need to catch my breath.
Of course.
For a moment. By the way, I don't know what that voice was I kept slipping into.
That was wonderful.
What was that?
We mentioned in the... I think it was the episode, just the title just called Dog. Like, there's two ways that could have gone. Either a page of a chapter title or just a one word. Now you have both. So if you're sad about Dog, now you have both.
Multiple choice.
You're welcome.
Right then. I'm sorry, I've just seen the first line, I'm already giggling.
Oh, yes.
Shall we commence? Are you sitting comfortably, children?
You should be. It's a long chapter. 14,
Then I'll begin.
14 pages, one of which was the title.
There you go, we're 1/14 of the way done already. Uncle Chuck was shaking the bars of his cage frantically, whilst Ben Mutsky sobbed next to him. Never in the history of Scrapper Sequence or War Games had anyone seen anything like what was happening. Rota had decided to start the match off for Team Chuck, but a legal loophole from the baddies was exploited, and they realised that as the match only officially begins when every member of both teams enters the ring, and the match itself doesn't have any disqualifications... Right, okay, you've made a very good point here.
Yeah.
There is legally nothing stopping them all just getting in the ring immediately and battering the ever-loving fuck out of Rota, who, upon Googling, Eddie finally realised was a walrus, not a robot, which definitely made the voice he would have given him in a previous chapter make absolutely no fucking sense. Mecha and Metal Sonic had nailed Rota's hand to the mat with a train spike, and Tails was no.
Oh yes.
And Tails Doll was doing unspeakable things to his cock and also his balls. I love the phrasing on that. That was
just a reminder to myself of, oh no, I'm writing this. I should.
Metal Knuckles was climbing on top of the cage because he is still Knuckles and the only one with the ability to climb, and was shakily tight-roping up to the top, trying not to lose his balance. Uncle Chuck looked over at Ben and wailed, "I think we fucked it." "No!" Ben shrieked, seeing his own tail for the first time and briefly becoming distracted, giving it a little chase in the tiny cage he was held in, whilst members of the audience laughed and took videos of it for their TikTok. This would guarantee a punishment backstage for poor Ben, who was clearly mocking AEW for something that went wrong maybe 3 years ago. I wasn't just having his own mini meltdown. Fucking hell.
Just a little jab at wrestling fans. Not everything's a thing.
Not everything's a thing, and CM Punk is a good boy who's never done anything wrong and never will. What you gave him Ralph's voice, didn't you?
I think so, yes.
I told you, my guy's getting here. He owes me a favor.
Ralph is slightly deeper Vector. by the way.
Well, he better be quick.
Chuck said as the timer went off and the prison pried open. Let's both storm the ring together. If those fuckers can do it, so can we. Ben, excited at this prospect, immediately got the zoomies and bolted out of the cage. Chuck knocked out the ref, who went flying off the screen and exploded Smash Bros. Style and dashed towards the cage. Sadly, in his zoomies state of mind, Ben ran headfirst into the steel steps and knocked himself the fuck out. He was being attended to by EMT trainers, EMTs, refs all down. And an ambulance crew already, which pissed off Rota, considering his hands had been impaled and he was bleeding out. But as it's in a wrestling ring, that's absolutely fine. Fuck's sake! Chuck took a deep breath, stepped inside the ring, and immediately got a bin thrown at his head. Metal Sonic looked at him, bent down close to his face, and whispered, "You're fucked, son." Just then, Ben's backup plan revealed itself. The lights went out in the arena. A single spotlight shined on the entrance ramp. All eyes were focused, and then the music played. Fuck off, Eddie. I know what the next joke is going to be before I even scroll down.
Oh, good. I'm glad.
Oh, God. And then the music played. Viva la Ursa! Back out! Back out! Good old JR Jolt to the Roadrunner. Excellent, excellent, by the
I
way.
had to do some Googling for that. He exists.
That is a fucking deep dive, man. Back out! Back out! Good old JR Jolt the Roadrunner screamed at the top of his lungs. That's Teddy Guerrero! Ah, Teddy Guerrero! The Duke of Soleana screeched. All he ever does is lie, cheat, and steal picnic baskets. That was a bit more Paul Bearer than Jerry Lawler, I apologise. Also Duke instead of King Lawler. Brilliant. Fucking hell, man.
All the kings were just like Sally's mates, and I was like, no.
Oh my goodness, right. The Eggmobile spluttered and smoked as the nearly lifeless body of Charmy B ragdolled around in the arms of a familiar face. As the door of the vehicle opened, the actual lifeless body of Vanilla the Rabbit fell out. What?
Whoopsie!
Vector yelled, throwing poor Charmy to the floor to hastily pick up Vanilla, who was very dead.
Careful, bunny. I mean, honey. I mean, dead rabbit. I mean...
What was that, Mr. Vector?
A shy little voice piped up behind him. Cream skipped her way out of the smoke-filled wreckage, dusting dirt off her dress.
Oh my, Charmy!
Don't worry, Cream. He always passes out on flights, which is a shame because he is a bee.
Silly, isn't it?
Oh, mate, I could never have predicted this. SBO's camouflage zapped away, and he appeared on the side of the Eggmobile, his horn cracked once again and dangling by a thread. Vector, somewhat unconvincingly, placed a hand under Vanilla's chin and mouth hissing,
Oh, my darling daughter, Cream, please take Charmy inside the Sonic the Restaurant and get yourself some food. Charmy always wakes up to the smell of fast food and depression.
Jesus.
Yes, Mom.
Cream chirped, despite not being a bird.
Tails, are you coming too?
Sure, but... Sonic slapped Tails in the back of his head. Dude, not in public. Oh, for fuck. What? Just a little cum joke, buddy. Oh, sorry, Cream.
Why are you sorry, Mr. Sonic?
Amy scoffed. A rabbit not understanding a sex joke? What is the world coming to? Tails tugged on Sonic's arm. What is the world coming to, right? Sonic slapped him again harder this time. What did Sonic just says? Sonic says. Fucking God, Eddie. Blaze looked over at the group. I am actually quite hungry. What's to say we all go into the Sonic the restaurant and just chill out with some chili dogs for a while? Sonic leapt into the air, somehow taking up a different 3D plane, grew fucking massive, and pointed directly at the screen while shouting, "That sounds fucking awesome!" Blaze's eyes widened. Wow, Sonic, I think that's the first time you've done a swear this entire story. What can I say? Chili dogs make a hedgehog do some wild things. Amy folded her arms. Not all hedgehogs. Hashtag not all hedgehogs. Holy fuck.
Oh, God.
Well, listen, Vector stuttered. You all go inside and grab some food and maybe calm down Knuckles whilst you're there. I don't think he's meant to be pissing in the fries. Me and Espio just need to have a quick talk with Vanilla first.
Vanilla's head flopped down like the world's saddest sunflower.
Is everything okay, Mom?
Vector panicked and then said the first thing that came to his head, which was always a mistake.
Period pains!
Amy hid her mouth behind her hand to stop herself from laughing. Well, you're not borrowing any of my tampons, that's for sure. I know what you rabbits are like. She walked inside the Sonic the restaurant, leaving everyone else confused as to what the fuck she meant. They all...
Being racist for the sake of being racist.
She's just doing it for love of the game. They all quickly followed suit, aside from Vector, Espio, and Cream's dead fucking mum. Elsewhere, Silver was being rushed to hospital after being run over by a van. Knuckles was in a rage, throwing half... I love that we keep doing this, by the way, to Silver. Knuckles was in a rage, throwing half-cooked pieces of chicken at the walls. What do you mean I can't order from here? I don't understand why I need to touch a wall to place an order. I'm right here. Sonic dashed over, accidentally closing the front door to the restaurant in Tails' face, and began to pull Knuckles away. Easy, big guy, no sweat, radical, way past cool, and other such sayings. Knuckles, take a seat, and I'll sort this out for you. Sonic, you're back! Yeah. Look, I heard your order from when you were punching the sign outside. I'll take care of it, I promise. Knuckles sighed a deep relief. Thanks, Sonic. You really are the best friend a guy could ask for. Ah, shucks, Shuckles. Hey, Amy butted in. Shuckles, that could be your ship name. Knuckles chortled. Amy, I'm an echidna, not a boat. Sonic's a hedgehog, and Tails is a lion. And I'm not too sure where Blaze is, if I'm totally honest. Him and Amy began walking to a table where Blaze was sat. Next to them, Cream and Charmy were at the kids' table, Charmy slowly coming to, with Cream gently prodding him awake. Tails ran forward, catching up with Sonic at last. Man, what a day, huh, Sonic? Whoa, hey, Tails, long time no see. Fuck. What? I was literally just outside. Nice. Anyway, I'm just gonna go put in everyone's orders. I'll see you soon, Knuckles. But I'd say, oh my god, they do have chili dogs. Sonic ran off to the electronic board and began adding a ridiculous amount of food to his order.
Poor Tails.
Tails stood there, alone in the middle of the restaurant. He looked over at the two tables. On one, an idiot who he couldn't begin to start another conversation with, a cool cat who always put him down to show off in front of her friends, and a big fucking racist cunt. On the other... Love the rule of threes in comedy. On the other, a hyperactive bee and a sweet rabbit who still skipped everywhere she walked. She giggled and waved at Tails and handed Charmy some crayons so they could finish colouring in a lovely picture of a fly throwing its rubbish on the side of the road. Yeah. What?
Fly tipping.
Oh, for the love of all that's good. Very well done. I'm glad I questioned that now.
Thank you.
She looked out of the window at what the other members of Team Chaotix were doing. As Tails surveyed the scene, he realised for the first time in his life, he truly didn't fit in anywhere. If only he had someone he could talk to. The door opened and they both froze. Tails smiled and waved wildly at who had just walked in. Shadow! Hi! Oh, fuck. Eddie, this is ramping up big style
God,
now.
don't just you wait.
SBO and Vector were huddled over the boot of the Eggmobile. The boot!
Yeah.
Just imagine a big hatch on the back of it where a bunny keeps his fucking spare tyres.
Imagine so, yeah.
SBO and Vector were huddled over the boot of the Eggmobile, talking in hushed whispers. Alright, you Ooh, that was more Shadow. Alright, you...
They're very
That's Knuckles!
similar.
Why are they all got the same voice?
Well, he's a chameleon, so...
He's a vocal chameleon. Alright, you alligator fuckface. You mentioned on my way to Vanilla's that you had a Chaos Emerald, which could clone Vanilla?
Yeah, but look, it didn't work how I expected.
What have you done? Just then the trunk popped open. Dozens and dozens of dead rabbits fell out. The smell was unbearable. One of them was missing a leg for some reason.
Yeah, I got hungry, so you what? Well, I didn't realize we were going to be meeting at a fucking restaurant, did I?
Vector, we've been through this. It is never okay to eat someone's legs.
Well, yeah, but there is no buts.
Vector looked at SBO with a cheeky grin.
Oh, I can assure you there is.
What are you... Oh, for fuck's sake!
If you know what I mean.
Yes, I do.
I mean, she has a nice ass.
Will you please? Will you please focus here? SBO's patience was running out.
Right, sorry. Well, you're just gonna have to tell Cream her mom's dead.
Vector shrugged. Why do I have to do it? You're the one who fucked her to death.
Well, I can't just go into a public place and tell a 6-year-old girl, oh, hey there, Cream, nice to see you. I know it's strange that I'm a giant crocodile and I'm fucking your mom, but guess what? That won't be happening anymore. Oh, no, we're not breaking up. She's fucking dead.
Mom's dead?
No! No!
Oh, LT gets worse. I'm sorry.
No! No! What do you mean it gets worse?
You have to read on.
The duo turned around and were face to face with the biggest eyes they'd ever seen. Tears already pouring out of her tiny head. Cream stood there looking at her cold... Jesus, why would you make me say this? Cream stood there looking at her cold, dead mum that got fucked to death by a reptile. Why are you like this?
Oh, dear.
Oh my god. Back at the hospital, Ray came running into Silver's room, just as the... Why?
You'll see why.
Back at the hospital, Ray came running into Silver's room, just as the doctor slowly covered his face with a solitary blanket. Silver? Ray began to cry. The doctor looked at him sadly and said, "We tried everything we could, Ray, but I'm afraid it's no use." Fucking hell. You actually blindsided me with that there.
Yeah, I'm glad.
Fuck. Shadow thought to himself, what am I gonna do? Tails ran up to him. Hey, what are you doing here? I figured you'd be at home getting in some Sweet Pepper Funnel 2 Farm Adventures time. Yeah, Tails, look, I think I need to just be honest with you. You see, the thing is... Whoa, hey Shadow, watch out! I've got a ton of chili dogs, and if any of them get knocked over, they're going straight into your prick hole. Oh, hello, Sonic. Tails smiled at Shadow. Why don't you join us for a meal? We're finally all together, so maybe we can discuss the plan of attack on Robotnik space. Shadow was grateful Shadow was grateful for the elocution lessons he'd received. Shadow was grateful for the distraction. Yeah. Good idea, Tails. Finally. Some validation at last. Tails beamed and joined the kids' table without thinking. Oh no. Shadow stood quietly for a few seconds, his fists clenched as tight as they could, before joining. Hello there, he smiled politely at Charmy, before he saw what was in his hands. Is that the new issue of Princess Sparkles? Yeah, it is! Chimey was still feeling a little travel sick.
There's a very interesting letter from a fan, actually.
Shadow blushed. Oh, I see. And I'm guessing this fan would not want his personal details of his letter read aloud to everyone here, right? Tails grew anxious. He was trying hard not to listen, but it doesn't take a genius to figure out what had happened here. Which he was, but that's beside the point. Good, very good. On the other table, the group was staring up at one of the many televisions on the walls. It was the annual Scrapper Sequence main event, and Sonic's friends were not doing so well. Knuckles pointed at the screen. Hey, I think I was meant to be in this. Fucking hell! Knuckles, you've got Road to Kill. Sonic looked at him puzzled. You what? Yeah, no, I remember. Rotor stopped by and asked me to be on his team, and then something else happened and I got distracted. Now, what was it that happened that distracted me? He said, accidentally sticking a french fry up his nose instead of his mouth. Well, we've all done that.
We have.
Was it something to do with your clan? Sonic shrugged. Knuckles, you're in the clan too? Amy yelled. The Echidna clan, Amy. Every single person in the restaurant yelled. Sheesh, sorry. Why is everyone so sensitive nowadays? The 12-year-old said. Everyone watching the TV flinched as Teddy Guerrero stood atop the cage for what felt like slightly too long, and then clearly had to think on the fly and just kind of randomly fell off the top, despite nobody being near him. He got up, kicked the bottom rope, and screamed, "Fuck!" Something had clearly gone very wrong. Where the... You bastard. Where the fuck was Flicky? Oh, you... Mwah.
It had to be done.
That was, oh my god, Flicky Guerrero. Jesus Christ. Fuck, man.
Oh.
That's two excellent Guerrero puns you've got in there. I would love to see if you're going to be able to get a joke out of Chavo. Or Hector. Or Mondo. Or Gory. This story is turning quite gory.
We have Vector Guerrero.
Vector Guerrero! Oh, Jesus, fuck! Why? God almighty. I'm getting distracted.
Next book.
Vector Guerrero! I'm getting distracted with the history of the Guerrero family.
Oh, God, yes.
There was a horrible wailing sound coming from outside. Everyone looked out the window and saw Cream was in tears. Vector was frantically trying to explain something to her, whilst Espio looked deeply embarrassed. The doors burst open once again, and in unison all the characters screamed, "Robotnik? Yes, it is I, Dr. Robotnik." Coughed and cleared his throat. Christ, sorry. Hello, yes. I'm glad you're all here. Look, I'm not here to fight. I just need to get a few things off my eggy chest. Sonic stood on the table. Shut the fuck up, you cunt! Tails looked over at him shocked. Sonic, what the hell? Sonic ignored him. We thought you all died of COVID-19. And now you're back? What evil scheme could you possibly be plotting? Robotnik waved a hand in the air dismissively. No, nothing like that this time, Sonic. The pandemic really opened my eyes to a lot of things, you see. I am in therapy now. I just wanted to ask if you wanted to come over and play video games with me. Knuckles folded his arms. There's no salt in these fries. Eggman! Is that you? I literally just... No, what? Oh, it doesn't matter. Sonic, I have invented a new video game. I think you'd really love to play... No, I'm good. Play with me and it's got over I'm sorry? I don't want to play with you, Robo-Farts. It's obviously a trap. No, this time it's genuine. This isn't like when I tried to sell you all egg coin. I'm a very lonely old man. Tails leapt to his feet. Not so fast, Robotnik! I happen to have energy readings from your secret base over by the big Sainsbury's. And we all know for a fact that you've been plotting something. The gang all cheered for Tails. I see those readings. But of course, Tails handed over his phone. Dr. Robotnik peered over his glasses and took in the information. He started to chuckle, which made Knuckles furious, before sniggering loudly and erupting into a full-blown guffaw. Oh, Tails, you really are the stupidest, most inaccurate, cunting creature I have ever shut my own eyes upon. Well, what do you mean? Tails felt a horrible rush of anxiety wash over him. You big stupid penis! Look at the times of these energy spikes! He handed his phone back and everyone gathered around Tails' phone. There was a deathly silence, followed by mutterings of Mondays 8 p.m, Tuesdays at 7:30 p.m, Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. Before I scroll down, I think I'm going to be very cross with you.
Oh, you
Betty.
sure are.
Yes, don't you see? These readings coincide with when EastEnders is on the telly. And it's common knowledge that Mobius has to get extra power from France whenever EastEnders begins and ends due to everyone turning their kettles on. This is an actual fact that actually happens, didn't you know? Tails gasped. That simply cannot be true. Just like Shadow can't actually be a huge fan of Horsey comics. Shadow flipped over a table in a rage. You fucking what? Well, it's just I heard you and Charmy talking, and you borrowed Pepper Funnel 2 Farm Adventures from me, so... Oh yeah? Well, I fucking lost it. Are you happy now? Go fuck yourself, Tails. Everyone's gonna end this chapter hating everyone else. Robotnik raised a finger. Actually, Shadow, I have it here if you want it. I got Froggy to steal it off you earlier, but I have no use for it now, so you can have it if you want. Oh. Thanks, Doctor. Whoops. Shadow accidentally dropped the game, pushed into Tails, who stood on top of it, shattering it. Shadow looked up at the poor fox. Oh, nice one, Tails. Way to fucking go. Shadow, it was an accident. Also, that was Mikey. I remember now. Knuckles screamed as Teddy Guerrero got decapitated on screen by Metal Sonic. Fuck me. It's okay. He's an OC. They're allowed to die brutally.
For sure.
I was supposed to compete in war games, but then Tails dragged me along on this adventure. That's why I couldn't make... Oh, God! What? And Tails screamed, looking up at the gruesome sight on TV, and immediately threw up. Sonic began to slow clap. Sorry. Holy Jesus, everything is Tails' fault. Oh, Sonic began to slow clap. Oh, good job, buddy. What else have you messed up today? Smash! Oi, oi, Robotnik, sir, it's me, Dingo. You're under arrest for the murder of Blues the Blat. Robotnik sighed. Yes, I know. I'm turning myself in. I called Sleet and Dingo here to arrest me, but I was hoping for a quick game before Tails ruined everything. Sonic reached an arm over to Robotnik. I had no idea. I'm genuinely so sorry, Ivo. Fuck me. It's okay. I will accept my punishment. He bowed his head down slowly and was walked out of the restaurant. As he left, a tiny figure walked in, pointed at the gang with tears in her eyes and screamed, Tails killed my mom! What? Mr. Vector and Mr. Espio told me that Tails came over as I was making dinner, and he killed my mom, and then tried to do experiments on her, which cloned her, and now my mom is dead, and it's all your fault, Tails! Jesus Christ. Tails, sitting in a puddle of his own sickened piss, was gobsmacked. But I really didn't! I was with Knuckles the whole time today. Or were you? Knuckles accused, pointing his fist at Tails. Yes! Shadow's phone buzzed. He smirked and began to leave the restaurant. Don't worry, Tails. Rouge has found a copy of the game I wanted anyway. Oh, and by the way, go fuck yourself! Amy let out a scream. Everyone looked over at her expecting something racist, but instead she held up her iPad to the gang. Silver's dead! Apparently he got blinded by a pillow full of fox shit and Ray ran him over with his van. The gang all turned to Tails, arms folded. Oopsie! Sonic pushed Tails to the floor. Tails, you are... Oh, Sonic turned into me there. Sonic pushed Tails to the floor. Tails, you are easily the worst person I have ever met. Yeah! Chip exclaimed, who was there for some reason. I agree, said Chris Thorndyke. Said Chaos. Sonic! Look, Miles. I don't even want to see your stupid fucking face anymore. All of this was a complete fucking waste of time. There's no adventure. There's no mystery here. There's no story. You are the worst. Everyone quickly gathered up their things and left the restaurant. Except for Tails. He looked around the room. The TVs were static. The smell of his piss and shit and sick were filling his nostrils. He tripped over his own tail trying to walk out of the room and no one was even around to see it happen. As he left the restaurant, he saw that his go-kart / plane had been towed. Just then, he received a text from Zoe. It just read, "It's not me, it's you, Soz Lamau." Tails cried. The end.
Sonic the Hedgehog, the fanfic, the podcast. It's our midlife crisis.